Swami Viditatmananda ji is on his way. We'll start in just a few minutes. Hari Om, Namaste, and good morning, everyone. We welcome you today to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam's 35th anniversary celebration. We first kindly request that you take your seats so that we can begin our program. Thank you. I would first like to request Priest Ganeshan and Ravi Chandran to please come to the stage for the invocation.
Om Gananam Tva Ganapatikam Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamasravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Shranvanno Devisida Sadhanam Om Mahaganapataye Namaha Prano Devi Saraswati Vaje Bharvajini Vati Dhinam Vritriyavato Ano Divo Brikata Parvata Saraswati Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahavir Yankaravavahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidrishavahai Om Shanti 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 Sangranyeshtya Yajate Iman Janatagam Sangrannanite Dvadasaratne Rasana Bhavate Dvadasamasa Samvatsara Samvatsarameva Varunde Maunji Bhavate Urgvai Muncha Urjameva Varunde Chitra Nakshatram Bhavate Chitram Vayetat Karma Yatasvameda Samridyai Sriyameva Varunde Sitevate Punandrivetyaga Kshemo Vairashtrasya Sito Vata Kshemameva Varunde Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. With the blessings of Lord Dakshinamurti and Puja Swamiji, our resident Swamijis and Swaminis, the board of directors and staff, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all on the occasion of the 35th anniversary of the Arsha Vidya Gurukulam. My name is Dr. Neil Haranhali, and I'm beyond honored to serve as your MC for the function today. On this great occasion, we begin our anniversary program with a North Indian classical vocal music concert by Pandit Mukesh Desai, accompanied by Shri Paresh Kashalkar on tabla. Pandit Mukesh Desai is an internationally acclaimed vocalist performer of North Indian classical music and a foremost disciple of the legendary maestro Padma Vibhushan Sangeet Martan Pandit Jasraj, who recently passed away. The title of Asthana Pandit has been conferred upon Pandit Mukesh Desai by none other than Puja Swami Dayananda Saraswati. Among the Arsha Vidya family, Pandit Mukesh Desai is fondly called Mukesh Bhai or Mukesh Uncle by those of us from the younger generation, and he's loved for his humor, his profundity as a musician, and his rare ability to lead his audience and students into the realm of timelessness through sound. He has performed extensively in the United States, Canada, Europe, Brazil, all through South Asia, and of course India. Shri Paresh Kashalkar is an IT professional who lives in Allentown with his family and has studied tabla since his childhood. He has learned from many gurus, though he was most influenced by Pandit Chandrakant Kamat from Banaras Gharana. We are very happy to have them perform here with us today. And before we begin the concert, I would request you all to please turn off your cell phones or put them onto silent mode. Thank you.
Namaste. Pujya Swami Viditatmananda, Pujya Swami Tatviananda, Swamijis, board members, distinguished guests, and our entire Arsha Vidya family. on behalf of Paresh Kashalkarji and myself, pranams to all of you. I'll begin the concert with a piece on Lord Krishna, on Krishna Janma.
Raj
Brahma Purana Brahma Purana Brahma Sakala Ghat Vyapaka Purana Brahma Purana Brahma Sakala Ghat Vyapaka So ayo Garga Parashar और मुनि नारद पढ़त वेद श्रुति छंद निजा 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 मदनि रे रे दनि दारे रे निरे नि गरे दरे गरे दा दा नि नि गर्ग पराशर और मुनि नारद पढ़त वेद श्रुति छंद हरि जीवन प्रभु हरि जीवन आनंद आज तो आनंद आनंद पूर्ण ब्रह्म सकल घट व्यापक पूर्ण ब्रह्म सकल घट व्यापक सो आयो गर्ग पराशर और padani dani da, padani dani da, padani dani ni da. Garaga parashar aur muni narad padat ved shruti chanda. पढ़त वेद श्रुति छांद हरि जीवन प्रभु गोकुल प्रगट्यो हरि जीवन प्रभु गोकुल प्रगट्यो मिटे सकल दुख द्वंद मिटे सकल दुख द्वंद आज तो आनंद आनंद आज तो आनंद 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 The next piece is on Shiva. First I will sing just the bandish, which is very beautiful. Anganava more aayo jogi Anganava more aayo jogi Anganava more aayo jogi Anganava more aayo jogi jogi Anganava more aayo jogi Angabhuta gale runda malava Angabhuta gale runda malava Jata jut mai ganga viraje Jata jut mai ganga viraje Anganva more aayo jogi jogi Anganva more aayo Uma 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 Pati guna gaun karat tero Uma Pati guna गान करत तेरो तू ही आदि तू ही नाद महादेव रस रंग को दर्श दीजो रस रंग को, दर्श दीजो अब हर हर महादेव शंकर आंगनवा मोरे आए हो जोगी आंगनवा मोरे आए हो जोगी जोगी आंगनवा आए हो जोगी अंगभूत गले रुंड मालव जटा जूट माए गंग विराज आंगनवा मोरे जोगी 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 आंगन आंग आंगनवा मोरे आए पग मग गम पग मग निसा गम पग मग गम पनि पग मग निग आंगनवा मोरे आए हो जोगी अंगभूत गले रुंड मालव जटा जूट माए गंग विराज आंगनवा मोरे आए गम बने गनी मम पग गम पग मग सा गम पग मग गप मनी गमग उमा उमा पति गुण गान करत तेरो पनि निसा पदा नि पगमग पगम गम पनि 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 नि निसा दा दा उमा पति गुण गान करत तेरो तू ही आदि तू ही नाद महादेव रस रंग को दर्श दीजो अब हर हर महादेव शंकर आंगनवा मोरे आए जोगी जोगी मोरे आए उमा पति गुण गान करत तेरो गम पनि पनि दा 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 ने ने दा 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 नि दा दा ने दा ने pani ne 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 da da pani ne 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 da da pani ne da ni da ni da da ta ne ne da ne pani ne ne da ni da ta ni da ta ni ga ga da ga ga ni da da pani ne ma ba ba ga ma pani ne da ni da ta ni da ne ne da ne ne uma पति गुण गान करत तेरो तू ही आ उस दीजो अब हर हर महादेव शंकर आंगनवा मोरे आए जोगी जोगी मोरे आए हो जोगी अंगभूत गले रुंड मालव जटा जुट माय गंग विराज आंगनवा मोरे आए जोगी आंगनवा मोरे आए हर 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 महादेव शंकर 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 हर 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 महादेव हर 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 महादेव शंकर 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 हर 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 महादेव हर 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 महादेव शंकर 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 हर 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 महादेव हरि ओम नमः शिवाय 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 Ritananu tananu dananana ritananu diranu danananu danana ritanana 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 tanu ritanano tanu tanu ritanano tanano ritanano Hara 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 Bhutanatha Pashupati Hara Hara Bhutanatha Pashupati Hara 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 Bhutanatha Pashupati Hara 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 Bhutanatha Pashupati Yogeshwara 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 Shiva Penaka Shiva Pinakapane Hara Hara Bhutanatha Bashubhati Hara Jalata jata jala jala Urva jalata jata jal Nachat vyoma keshabala Sabda bhuvana dharata tala Kalamala harani Bhutanatha Bashubhati hara Ni 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 da ni 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 da 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 ni da 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 ni da 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 ni re 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 ni da da ni da da ni da 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 ni 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 da 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 ni 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 da ni 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 da ni ni da ni da re 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 ni ni da 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 ni ni da ni ni da ni ni da da ni ni da ni da da ni ni da ni da ni ni da ni ni da ni ni Urva jalata jata jala Nachatu vyoma keshabhala Sapta bhuvana dharata tara Sapta bhuvana dharata tara Kalamala 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 harani Bhutanatha Bashubhati hara hara Bhutanatha Bashubhati hara Yogeshwara Shiva Pinakapane Yogeshwara 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 Shiva Pinakapane Hara Bhutanatha Bashubhati hara Bashubhati hara Bashubhati hara I'll conclude with a short bhajan, a light bhajan by Pujya Swami Viditatmananda ji. Rangaraja माए सावर रंग राची 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 रंग राज माए सावर रंग राज गया कुमथड़ा राधा संगत गया कुमथड़ा राधा संगत श्याम प्रीति जग साची माए सावरे रंग राची माए सावरे रंग राची माए सावरे रंग राची सावरे सावरे रंग राज रंग राज सावर रंग राज माए सावर रंग राज माए सावर रंग राजी गाया गाया हर गुण निसदन गाया 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 हर गुण निसदन काल व्यारी बाँचे काल व्यारी बाँचे श्याम बिना जग खारा लागा श्याम बिना जग खारा लागा श्याम बिना जग खारा लागा जगरी बाता काची जगरी बाता काची माई सावरे रंग राची माई सावरे रंग राची मीरा श्री गिरिधर नटनागर 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 मेरा 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 श्री गिरिधर नटनागर भगत रसीदी चाची माई सावरे रंग राची माई सावरे रंग राची गया कुमथड़ा राधा संगत श्याम प्रीति जग साची माई सावरे रंग राची Thank you so very much.
Please join me in thanking Pandit Mukesh Desai and Sri Paresh Kashalkar once again. What a wonderful performance. Thank you so much.
A big hand for Paresh again. Played so well.
We would now like to honor Pandit Mukesh Desai and Sri Paresh Kashalkar.
Huku Babar.
Thank you once again. Now, while the stage is being cleared, I'd like to make a few safety and housekeeping announcements. First, for your reference, there are 4 exits in the auditorium. There are 2 on the side and 2 in the back. You can follow the exit signs to exit the building. For those of you in the basement or in the dining hall, there is an exit directly to the outside. There's no food or drinks permitted in the auditorium, but you may drink water. Just try not to spill it, please. Footwear also is not permitted in the auditorium. The restrooms are located in the hallway, out the back door, past where you left the shoes. Additional restrooms are available in the basement, in the activity center adjacent to this building, the red building, and by the main temple. Please be sure to update your contact information at the registration counter, including your phone number and email address, so that we can keep you informed about the Gurukulam events, activities, and programs. Childcare services for children 12 and above are also available in the activity center, once again, the red building just across from this building. There is also a magic show that will be available for the children starting at 11 a.m. today. Snacks and lunch will be provided there at the activity center. And if you would like to take them to the activity center, you may go now or at any time during the program. You will find sanitation stations with hand sanitizers and disinfectant wipes, as well as masks for your safety and convenience. And lastly, please wear your mask at all times except while drinking or eating during your time in any of the Gurukulam buildings. Please also try your best to practice social distancing while we're here. Please give us a few moments to set up the stage. Thank you. I now humbly invite Swami Viditatmananda ji, Swami Tatviananda ji, Swami Mitatmananda ji, Swami Tatmananda ji, and Mr. Piyush Shah onto the stage. Can we decrease the stage lights, Sahadev? As part of our tradition, we would first like to start off by spending a few moments in recognizing and honoring our sannyasis and acharyas and other dignitaries. We'd first like to honor Swami Viditatmananda ji. We would like to next honor Swami Tatviananda ji. Next, we would like to honor Swami Mukesh ji. Next, we offer our honors to Swami Tatmananda ji. The table is looking more and more beautiful. Next, we would like to honor Mr. Piyush Shah. Next, we would also like to honor Swami Gnanananda ji. And we would also like to honor Swami Swatmananda ji. We would also like to recognize our resident Swaminis, Swamini Agamananda ji and Swamini Sri Vidyananda ji, who send their best wishes and blessings for the ashram's anniversary today. And now for a moment, we would like to take this moment to fondly remember Swami Pratyak Bodhananda ji. We'll now move on to our souvenir and book release. Our yearly souvenir is a piece of art that is intelligently conceptualized and creatively put together by our own artist, Mrs. Samata Chaitanya. The designs, articles, and pictures all are diligently selected and well placed based on a theme. In the words of the artist, this year's theme is a visual expression of the most inspiring talks by Puja Swami Viditatmananda ji on Sri Shiva Mahimna Stotram. Lord Shiva, the essence of everything, the Mahan, Ishvara, Maheshwara, who is Mangalam, auspiciousness, because he bestows upon us moksha, the ultimate goal of human life. Our 2021 souvenirs cover page depicts a composed yet an imposing form of Lord Shiva. He's embellished with his trident, serpents, and the crescent. He is encompassing this virtual world, which is symbolized by the green of the earth, the blue of the water, and the orangish magenta of the sun, against a soothing, meditative color background with watermark offerings of flower and bilva leaves. The background also spreads over the inside pages of the souvenir, creating a soothing mood. All of the selected articles by our acharyas vividly unfold the nature and the glories of the Lord. We would also like to offer our deepest thanks to Vimla Sadashivam for her work on the souvenir. Please enjoy and treasure our souvenir for the years to come. Today, we also have several books being released, as well as an e-book that was just announced this morning by Savitri Mani. I would now like to invite Dr. Venkat Swaminathan to the stage to give us a brief introduction on the books. Dr. Swaminathan himself is an accomplished scientist, a longtime student of Puja Swamiji and the Gurukulam Acharyas, and has been conducting Vedanta classes for almost 3 decades.
Maybe I won't use it. Thank you. Thank you. Namaskarams to all of you. So I'm very pleased to introduce the books in English, the 5 books that are going to be released today. One of them by Swamini Saralananda, another one by Swami Tatviananda ji, and 3 books. I need to share something about these teachers in particular, and of course in general, the teachers of Arshavidya Parampara, particularly in terms of the communication style. In scientific experiments, there are 2 things that one has to pay attention to. One is accuracy, the other one is precision. Precision in a scientific experiment comes both from systematic errors and also random errors. If you examine the art of speaking, words which are inside you, the moment they leave your mouth, they acquire what is known as entropy. So naturally, this entropy that the words gather, by the time they hit your ears, the receiver in the ear, what sort of errors they produce is not immediately obvious. I want to tell you about how Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, defines precision, particularly in communication. It's very profound. In his first book on the Nicomachean ethics, suggests that one should strive for as much precision in whatever one does as the nature of the subject admits. Precision is what the nature of the subject admits. When one depends upon language to understand what someone knows, what someone means, or what someone intends to communicate, it is imperative that the speaker should strive for as much precision in communication as allowed by the topic. The topic of Vedanta is Atma, the self, and I deem that topic alone allows the maximum precision in any communication. No other topic. And all these acharyas of Arshavidya Gurukulam, starting from Pujya Swami Dayananda, excel in the art of communication. And the books are no exception. So I want you to bear that in mind as I describe the books. The first book is by Swamini Saralananda. The book is entitled The Wholeness of You. This is a very lucidly written book on the basic tenets of Vedanta that are covered in 10 chapters in the book. In the first chapter of the book, you will find a very enigmatic quote by an American writer and interfaith humanitarian by the name Bo Lossoff. Mr. Lossoff did a lot of work with prisoners. So he makes a quote, "We are all doing time." Mr. Lossoff is pointing out that everyone is imprisoned in a wrong self-identity. So beginning with this assertion, Swamiji expounds systematically that a mere cognitive shift in the understanding of one's identity releases one from this imprisonment. I also want to mention in the book poetic verses on the sun god that Swamiji had composed as an embellishment to the famous Aditya Hridayam. Swamiji's verses are stunning and inspiring. They can be recited daily for reflection and contemplation. I strongly recommend this book for using in young adults' classes and the recitation of the poem on the sun deity in the cultural programs at AVG. The second book is by Swami Tatviananda ji, and the title of the book is called Nididhyasanam. The book is inspired by the guided meditation sessions conducted by Swamiji during the long-term course on Kathopanishad. It has contents of 44 meditation sessions, and there are 4 poems by Swamini Sri Vidyananda reflecting on the themes of the meditation. As the title implies, the meditative sessions will help a seeker to actualize the learning from the Shravanam. The words of Swami Tatviananda ji, I need not have to tell you this, but you all know, are always crisp statements for contemplation. For example, the names of the meditation sessions themselves, such as meditation without me. Meditation, that itself is a paradox. Meditation without me. The quiet aloneness is not loneliness. These topics themselves inspire a seeker. I would say that this book can be used for getting anchored in self-knowledge. Now I am pleased to talk about 3 books by Swami. I think I'm pausing so that you release, then I move on. Thank you. I will mention about the 3 books by Pujya Swami Viditatmananda ji. The first book is Self-Knowledge, the Only Antidote to Grief. This is a statement from the famous dialogue between Narada and Sanat Kumara, as described in Chandogya Upanishad, Atmavit Tarati Shokam. So that topic is taken for analysis. For any illness, the pathology must be known first before a cure can be prescribed. Swamiji dissects dexterously the pathology of grief and reveals its cause as self-ignorance. Naturally, the antidote is self-knowledge. Any medicine must be administered with a regimen, a patya. The cure of self-knowledge must also follow such a strict regimen. Swamiji discusses the regimen as well in the book. In short, this booklet of 23 pages is self-contained in discussing the disease of grief and its cure of self-knowledge. This is a book for repeated reading and assimilation. Possessive pronoun, my. That is, what is meant by God? What is devotion, bhakti? Who is a devotee, a bhakta? And finally, what is meant by the devotee does not get ruined? So these topics constitute the entire gamut of Vedanta. Swamiji explores these 4 topics and other related ones in the most comprehensive way, such that a devoted seeker of self-knowledge, that is a bhakta, will discover that the Lord's promise is not made in vain. So now the release of the third book by Swami Viditatmananda ji is Ishavasya Upanishad. This is a mantra Upanishad from the Samhita section of the Shukla Yajurveda. Even though Ishavasya is relatively a small Upanishad with 18 mantras, it is difficult one with the verses being terse and using obscure words. The words require careful deliberation in keeping in view the contextual meaning rather than the dictionary meaning. One requires the background of the other Upanishads to understand this one Upanishad. Therefore, in unfolding this Upanishad, the adroitness of the teacher is of paramount importance. Swami Viditatmananda ji unfolds this difficult Upanishad with complete ease and relying on the inimitable skills of the Aristotelian precision that I mentioned before. Albeit the inherent difficulty of this Upanishad, the contents are at most profound. It has 4 sections: commitment to knowledge, jnana nishtha; commitment to karma, karma nishtha, means to gain the concentration of the mind; and finally, prayers of a seeker. The book also has a very succinct introduction to Moksha Purushartha Vichara, which can serve as the impetus to inspire a novice to embark on the spiritual inquiry, and as a refresher to one who is already in the spiritual journey. The famous Shanti Mantra, Purnamatah Purnamitam is explained thoroughly. The first verse of this Upanishad, Isha Vasyam Itam Sarvam Yat Kincha Jagatyam Jagat Tena Taktena Bunjitaha Magrita Kasyasvidhanam. Mahatma Gandhiji remarked that if all the Hindu scriptures vanish from the face of the earth, if this one mantra survives, there is hope for Hinduism. So this mantra, a favorite of Pujya Swamiji, Dayananda, may be considered as the magnum opus of the entire Vedanta Sastra. And this is explained so thoroughly in 40 pages or so, and so it can easily serve as a standalone reading material. Now we will release. In closing, why these books, or for that matter, other publications of AVG teachers, why are they important for a seeker? In the introduction to his Ishavasya Upanishad, Swami Chinmayananda Maharaj wrote in hand. You can see that handwritten note in the book, that scriptures are not for mere intellectual studies, and that we must learn to assimilate the ideas and come to live them. He further wrote that in this way alone can we gain the experience of the noble in ourselves. I'm trying to imitate his speech, I can't do that. He had such a magnificent delivery. For this purpose alone, books supplement the active listening and help to reinforce the learning. To visit the bookstore, and please do not leave the Gurukulam today without picking up these 5 books. Thank you.
Yes. We also have a book released today by Swami TV. He'll speak about it a little bit more during his remarks, called Aitreya Upanishad. And we also have the release of an ebook on Kindle by Savitri Mani called Stage Plays for Children based on Indian culture. With the new technology, we're showing it on the iPad. I think next year they'll have a height minimum for the MC. Wonderful. Those all were very wonderful books that we have now to add to our collection of all the teachings from our acharyas and from the ashram. So thank you for everyone for those and for the wonderful words, Dr. Swaminathan. Swami Viditatmananda and Swatma. The anniversary celebration is a special time for all of us. It's a way for us to honor the traditions of the past that have brought us here, allow us to embrace the present community that we have built and that we have together, and also offers us an opportunity to look towards the future of the Gurukulam. On a personal level, the anniversary holds a special place in my heart. It's a reminder of the wonderful and ever-growing impact of the Gurukulam, the Acharyas, and the teaching on my own life. Having come to the Gurukulam first as it opened 35 years ago, just as a 3-month-old baby, to visiting the Gurukulam over the years and partaking in the courses and the different retreats, and attending the Vedic heritage classes and home studies during my childhood, the Gurukulam has truly become a second home to me, and I hope to soon pass on this wonderful tradition and culture to my children. We will now move on to a wonderful part of our program where we get to hear from our Swamijis. We'll first start with Swami Mitatmananda ji. Swami Mitatmananda ji, a disciple of Puja Swamiji and Swami Viditatmananda ji, is one of our resident acharyas who teaches classes on the Gita, Upanishads, and Brahma Sutras at Sailorsburg as well as online. He engages in community outreach and is revered for his scholarship and humility. I now invite Swami Mitatmananda ji to say a few words.
Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Of this 35th anniversary celebration of our Gurukulam. Along with that, we are also celebrating the 91st Jayanti of Puja Swamiji today. The real celebration of a Jayanti lies in appreciating the vision of Puja Swamiji about the Gurukulam. Puja Swamiji has emphasized a Gurukulam tradition of learning. So students come to the Gurukulam and stay with the teacher, and teacher imparts the knowledge of the self, and that there is a method of teaching, a method of communication by which the vision of the self is imparted by the teacher to the students. The vision of the Shastra about the self is you are whole, you are Brahman, you are free from all limitations, you are free from all impurities. And so the knowledge of the self makes the person free from all impurities. Bhagavan says in Bhagavad Gita, Nahi jnanena sadrusham pavitram iha vidyate. In this world there is indeed no purifier equivalent to the knowledge. There are many means like rituals, prayers, and charities, etc. to purify oneself, but none of them equals the self-knowledge. So, due to the self-ignorance well, which is beginningless, everyone basically takes oneself to be as good as the physical body, along with the attributes. Body is subject to birth and death, well, so I take myself to be a mortal being. And I have a notion that I am a mortal being, and this notion I am not able to accept. I want to get rid of it, I want to get rid of this notion. That's how I call this notion as an impurity. Impurity is the one which, no one likes, which one wants to get rid of. And so this notion I am a mortal being also, I want to get rid of. So this particular notion about myself, by identifying with the physical body, well, this notion also I want to get rid of. And there are many notions which are born of this identification with the body. I am old, like that, so I'm ugly, etc. All these notions also I don't like. Well, someone may say that, well, I'm handsome. That notion I like. You cannot call it as impurity. But even to call oneself as a handsome is also bound by the time. Everyone knows that one cannot be handsome for all the time. One cannot be the young for all the time. And therefore it is time-bound notion. Also, this handsome also is a relative term. So with respect to someone I am ugly, with respect to someone I am handsome. So basically any notion regarding the self by identifying with the physical body is going to be a impurity. Only one wants to get rid of this notion. And this is the first level of a mistake, of course. Then Atma is taken to be, the mind with its attributes. So one takes oneself to be the doer and feels guilty also of not doing or doing wrongly also. And I am guilty. That also is an impurity. One wants to get rid of it. So if you take yourself as a doer, this notion will be born that I am guilty, etc. If you take yourself as an experiencer, bhokta, then also you feel hurt. And you say, I am hurt. That is also an impurity because one cannot accept oneself with a hurt. Same way, there are many notions which are born by identifying with the mind. So I am angry, I am jealous, I am lustful, I am cruel, I am greedy, I am failure, I am frustrated, I am depressed. All these judgments regarding oneself by identifying with the mind are the attributes of the mind. Definitely they are impurities. And the third level of mistake, of course, is I take myself as ignorant and subject to karma, subject to punya papa. I feel that I am puppet in the hands of the fate. So I don't like that, and they are also impurities. No one accepts oneself as ignorant person. And so all these three levels of mistakes are there. So the knowledge, that the Atma, I is free, is neither subject to the ignorance or karma or nor mental conditions, nor does it have any attributes of a physical body, but Atma is free from all this. Chidananda Rupa Shivoham, I am whole, limitless consciousness, invariably present in all the things at all the time, and I am ever free from all these modifications. All these dharmas of anatma, etc., I mean body, mind, sense complex, they cannot touch me, they are mithya, I am satyam, and I am Brahman, which is satyam, and all these notions, the anatmas are mithya, and therefore their attributes cannot touch me. So knowing, self like this, I become free from all the notions, all the impurities. And that is how Bhagavan says this self-knowledge is a greatest purifier. And we can also, in fact, we are gaining knowledge from all our teachers. But in order to gain the benefit of the knowledge, one has to assimilate the knowledge. And for that purpose, one should definitely sit with oneself. One should have a self-appointment. One should sit with oneself for some time, even with our busy schedule, etc., and contemplate upon this self, or contemplate upon the teaching we have received from the teachers. And assimilation of knowledge only, I would say, will be the tribute to Puja Swamiji's vision. And I pray to Lord Sadashiva that may all the seekers which are present here gain this vision that Shivoham, 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 etc. Hari Om.
Thank you very much, Swami Muktatmananda ji. We would now like to invite Vandana up to the stage, please, for Swami Viditatmananda ji to gift her with a copy of the Ishavasa Upanishad book. Vandana is the person who has transcribed and edited this book, and hence it's a very special. Next, we will hear kind words from Swami Tatmananda ji. Swami Viditatmananda ji is the founder and resident teacher of Arsha Bodha Center in Somerset, New Jersey. After Puja Swamiji initiated him into sannyasi in 1993, he taught at the Gurukulam and around the country until establishing his own ashram in 2000. His background allows him to draw upon contemporary scientific and psychological insights while unfolding sacred Sanskrit scriptures. I now invite Swami Viditatmananda ji to say a few words.
Om Sarashava Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmaracharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Om. Excuse me. My pranams to Swami Viditatmananda, our other respected Swamijis, guests, and to all of you. What a delight it is to be out of the house, as it were. We've all been somewhat restricted in our movements by the pandemic. Wonderful that we can all gather here today for the celebration of Arsha Vidya's 35th anniversary. This pandemic that we're in the midst of seems to have caused a considerable amount of stress for many, many people. Some of you may have found some stress. Where does that stress come from? Now, if you are fully vaccinated and you're mostly staying at home, you're quite safe from the virus. You're not likely to get sick. So the stress is not due to the illness or the fear of the illness. So then where does much of the stress come from? And fact is that if you are, especially during a lockdown, when you're kept at home against your will, or when you're not able to go to work as you normally do, or when you're not able to participate in so many of your favorite activities, being deprived of these comfortable activities. There's a nice word in American English. We all have a comfort zone. You know that expression. So this pandemic has kicked us out, so to speak, of our comfort zones. The pandemic has plunged us into a situation, excuse me, a situation where we're deprived of many of the activities that previously brought comfort and security and stability into our lives. And that's really significant that the ultimate source of that discomfort, that stress, is not the virus. The ultimate source of that particular discomfort is you, right? It comes from us. And in fact, some people, having been kind of trapped in their houses and spending more time alone, some people have found that particularly uncomfortable. Thank you. Have found it particularly uncomfortable, and that's really quite amusing. In fact, allow me to share with you a favorite joke of Puja Swamiji. Some of you will remember this joke. It's one of my favorites. He described a time in the 1970s. It was his very first visit to this country. And he was on the phone speaking to the travel agency. You may not know this, but in the 1970s, a brand new technological innovation was to put music on the phone while you're on hold. Now, we take it for granted. In the 1970s, that was brand new. Puja Swamiji had never heard this music on hold before. He asked his host, why are they playing this music? The host replied, Swamiji, they do that so you won't get bored. He responded, bored with whom? It's a brilliant joke because it shows a discomfort some people have in the presence of whom. Isn't that interesting? What a brilliant observation that when you are with yourself, you might find some discomfort. We call that discomfort boredom. And then we look for distractions. Turn on the television, call a friend, somehow to distract ourselves from a fundamental discomfort we have with ourselves, something Puja Swamiji himself called the fundamental problem, where we find ourselves as we are somehow inadequate, incomplete. Something about us is not okay. And so we use distractions to divert our attention away from the fact that we find ourselves incomplete. Of course, you all know very well the solution to that particular kind of stress. The solution to this stress is not getting you should get vaccinated if you're not, but that's not going to remove this stress. This stress is caused by your own thinking. And basically it's caused by this fundamental problem, what Puja Swamiji called, and you know the solution to that problem very well. The solution to the fundamental problem and to the stress and discomfort that arises, the solution, of course, is discovering your innate fullness and completeness, perfection. In Vedantic terminology, discovering that your essential nature as Satchidananda Atma is utterly non-separate from Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. That's the entire teachings of Vedanta. This discovery that you make with the help of these teachings can lead you to be free from that stress, free from that discomfort, so that even in the midst of this pandemic, you find yourself comfortable. Comfortable in the sense that you don't feel threatened, you don't feel bored, you don't feel that sense of discomfort in any situation. And you may have found, many of you being long-term students of Advaita Vedanta, you may have found that these teachings empowered you with a kind of resiliency. You may have found that many others who have not had the advantage of these teachings, you may have observed how some of them at least lacked resiliency and found it extremely difficult to cope with the challenges brought on by the pandemic. But those of you who have been blessed by Puja Swamiji's teachings to assimilate this wisdom, you may have found that in simple American English, you may have found that you are okay no matter what. And that's the blessing of Advaita Vedanta. And to get that vision, I'll end with an observation. The observation is that this pandemic has had one unexpected benefit in our lives. And that unexpected benefit is that all of the teachings that in ancient times, teachings that were restricted to ashrams in remote locations, in modern times, teachings which are available here at Arsha Vidya Gurukulam and other places, but these teachings now are available in your own home by the internet. This is an unexpected and welcome benefit of the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, relatively few teachings were available on the internet. Today, it is overwhelming. The amount, and of course, I don't need to tell you that there's a lot of unnecessary and unhelpful material available on the internet. It's up to you to be discerning and careful about what you consume, so to speak, on the internet. But you have so many wonderful opportunities, and I think some of the best opportunities are those provided by Arshavidya. When all of the classes and programs here are freely available now on the web, you can just look at this. You don't have to. You had to drive here today, and before driving here, you had to get dressed nicely and all of that. But to watch a class from the comfort of your home, you don't have to drive anywhere. You don't even have to get specially dressed. You can remain in your pajamas and sit comfortably and be blessed by these wonderful, wonderful teachings. Swami Viditatmananda ji's classes are online, Swami Mitatmananda, Swami Tatviananda's, all of these classes are available online. Of course, come here when you can. There's no place like, I don't need to tell you. This Arshavidya Gurukulam is a very special place, and to set your feet on the sacred ground, so to speak, is a unique opportunity. You all know that. But when you're unable to come here, please take advantage of the wonderful offerings available, given by Arshavidya Gurukulam, available almost every day, not almost every day, every day. You'll find something is being webcast. That's the new term now. You'll find these webcasts are freely available. Through these webcasts, you can continue your process of self-discovery, discovering that you're okay no matter what, and then further, your process of assimilation. Having these teachings go so deeply into your mind and heart that nothing can shake you. You have resiliency to handle this pandemic and much, much more. I pray and hope that these teachings have blessed you and continue to bless you. Thank you. Om.
Thank you very much, Swami Tatmananda ji. Next, we welcome Swami Tatviananda ji for his address. Swami Tatviananda ji, fondly known as Swami TV, is a disciple of Puja Swamiji and one of our acharyas. He is also the vice president of the Arshavidya Gurukulam and teaches Vedanta in English and Telugu in Hyderabad and here at the ashram, in addition to engaging in community outreach. He is respected for the depth and breadth of his scholarship. And I now invite Swami Tatviananda ji to say a few words.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Atmaswarupa Bandhugana. I'm very happy to be part of this anniversary celebration this year also. Generally, I'm not around for the anniversary in US. I'm back in Bharat. It so happened that I was here last year. And I fondly remember Shri Swami Pratyakbodhananda ji, who was present in this function last year, who enthusiastically participated in the function along with other Swamis, including myself. But then that particular form has merged in the formless reality. So I remember fondly that form. And last year, it was my privilege to release a book by Swamiji Maharaj, Vedanta Saraha. And this year, Swamiji Maharaj has blessed me doubly, in double way, by releasing two of my books. So one is in English, the Nididhyasanam, and the other is Aitareya Upanishad, the Telugu book. So now I will say a few words about the book Aitareya Upanishad. Please bear with me, I will be brief. Aitareya Upanishad belongs to Rigveda, the foremost of the Vedas. The only Upanishad of the Rigveda in the set of major Upanishads, that is the 10 of them. And I was amazed or curious, how come the Acharyas of Vedanta and also the students of Vedanta do not pay attention to Aitareya Upanishad. They are all enthusiastically studying and teaching, of course, Ishavasya, Kena, Katha, Mundaka, etc. But rarely you come across someone teaching or studying Aitareya Upanishad. I was wondering. Anyway, it so happened that I studied Aitareya Upanishad for the first time with my father, late Brahmashri Rani Nrasimha Shastri. And then when I came here in 1999, Pujya Swamiji asked me to teach Aitareya Upanishad. In his own words, he told, I never taught it, you teach Aitareya. So it so happened that I have taught Aitareya Upanishad here with Bhashya and all through and through in English. Then back in Hyderabad, we have a thing called Brahmavidya Kutir. It's not a physical place. There is only one room where a brahmachari stays now. I stay in a private apartment belonging to two nice friends of mine. One is Shri late Vinod Chungi, who is no more, and his beloved, his wife, Shrimati Shubha Chungi. So I stay in their apartment. Otherwise, there is no Brahmavidya Kutir physical place. So I teach there, and I teach in a place called Shivananda Ashram, which is the neighbor next property. So during the pandemic, all these regular classes have come to a grinding halt because the government of Telangana imposed restrictions on all kinds of gatherings for more than 1 year. And so we are not supposed to conduct any classes in public. So at that time, a few students, some of them from Chinmaya Mission, some from Ramakrishna Mission, and 1 or 2 from Shivananda Ashram also, they wanted to study a few texts with the guidance of this Swami. And so during the pandemic, we used to form a small group. They formed a small group, 5 or 6 students, brahmacharis and sannyasis, and keeping the social distance norms perfectly, they studied 3 texts. One is Naishkarmya Siddhi, the second is Aitareya Upanishad with Bhashya, and the third is Bhagavan Buddha's Dhammapadam. So the Dhammapadam classes are still going on. The other 2 texts were completed. So out of that teaching of Aitareya Upanishad came this book. This is a mantra with the Shankara Bhashya and provided with an explanatory commentary. That is the nature of the book. I'll say a few more words about the book. You see, among all the Bhashyas of Shankara, the Prasthanatraya Bhashyas, Aitareya Upanishad Bhashya is a bit difficult in the sense that we do not have an unambiguous text before us. The Shankara's Bhashya manuscripts were compromised over the millennia. Probably some termites, etc., and other creatures must have eaten away some of those manuscript leaves. And then there is another problem with these manuscripts, that is the lekhaka pramadaha. As the manuscript is copied, every single copy has to be written with hand. And so, as they are being copied, many mistakes creep into the copying process. For the simple reason that those who copy do not know Sanskrit and Vedanta, and those who know Sanskrit and Vedanta do not copy. So, it is something like the present day DTP experience. So, these 2 things put together means termites, etc., and the copiers put together, the available manuscript of Shankara Bhashyam on Aitareya Upanishad is not unambiguous. There are a few variants here and there. Variations are variants. So, this problem was faced by Anandagiri himself, the master commentator of Shankara. He himself kind of mentions that here the Bhashya is not clear. A nakara, whether it is there or not, that itself is in doubt. And then an akara prasleshaha or avagrahaha, it is there or not, that kind of a doubt is also there. And therefore, Anandagiri struggles to make a sense out of these multiple variants of the Bhashya. Then, for any Upanishad Bhashya, Ramakrishna Mission has come out with very wonderful translations, as you are all aware of, like Sri Gambhiranandaji, Swami Nikhilananda, Swami Madhavananda. These great Mahatmas have provided wonderful translations of Upanishads and Bhashyas. Any student who studies in English must be holding one of those books in hand. Under Ramakrishna Mission Swami, both Gambhiranandaji and Nikhilanandaji have come out with an English translation of Aitareya Upanishad also, along with other Upanishads. And there also, they mentioned that the variants available of Shankara Bhashya are very ambiguous, and we have to struggle to make any sense out of some of these variants. This problem is there with Aitareya Bhashya. And finally, there came a tika by that great saintly scholar, Swami Satchidanandendra Saraswati, also called Sanyami, from Holy Narsipur. He gave a marvelous tika in Sanskrit to Aitareya Upanishad, along with many other Upanishads. That is a savior. With the help of the Satchidanandendra Saraswati's tika, you can make some meaningful sense in certain portions of Shankara Bhashya of Aitareya Upanishad. So, as I was teaching Aitareya Upanishad in Telugu, so this idea that we should come out with a book came into discussion. I was saying, why a book? There must be some books around. So we examined what books are available in Telugu. We got hold of two books, and I carefully examined them. They are not satisfactory. Then I was convinced, it's not that just write a book and throw on the people, that we don't do it. Generally, we should not do it also. We have to examine Anubandha Chatushtaya, whether it applies to the book on hand or not. So after examining all these issues, with the encouragement of many of these students who are brahmacharis and sannyasis, I have undertaken the job of writing not a translation. I prefer to call it explanatory translation. In Telugu, I call it a tika. So that kind of a work was undertaken, and finally it is published. So the publication requires finance because I use very good quality paper and all that, like lightweight paper. It is published. The reason is all my luggage is books only. All luggage, personal luggage is with the hand carry on, except that the entire checked-in luggage is books wherever I go, whether to US or Kakinada, etc. And therefore, if the book is lightweight, I will be able to carry a few more copies. That's why the publication costs an extra amount of money when we use money for 2 years. And then he was studying with me for the last 2-3 years in Hyderabad, a brahmachari by name Raghavendra. He caught hold of a contribution from somewhere. And so the issue of finance was also very nicely resolved, and a book is before us. And a friend of mine, Mr. Ravi Parimi in San Francisco, and of course my long-standing colleague, Sri Puppala B. in Hyderabad, a great scholar of Sanskrit, they helped me in preparing this book by providing editorial assistance. And so this book has some value. Those of you who know Telugu, if they want to study Aitareya Upanishad, you want to enjoy the flavor of that unique Upanishad, which has the Mahavakya, Prajnanam Brahma. So here is the book. And I am very grateful to Swamiji Maharaj that he has unveiled it today. Generally, okay, so that is not the end of my speech yet, another 2 minutes. So generally, on such occasions, I do not prolong my speech, etc., because I am as much anxious to hear the words of Swamiji Maharaj as you all are. However, a friend of mine asked me to speak a few words about bhakti. I don't know why he thought so. He asked me just before coming here, he asked me to say a few words about bhakti. But then, what can I say about bhakti just in a few minutes? So anyway, I gave a thought to it. I will say a few words about bhakti. You see, as Shankara says in Vakyavrutti, atad vyavrutti rupena sakshad vidhi mukhena cha. The way to understand bhakti is not directly give a definition of bhakti. That is not the way to understand bhakti. You have to begin by the method of negation. Negative understanding is the highest understanding. That you have to think about it. Don't confuse it with the negativity, positivity of the personality development and all that, please. So, you have to proceed to understand bhakti by first understanding or first looking clearly what is not bhakti. That is the way to proceed, not just what is bhakti. So, the emotionalism and the sentimentality, because of which the so-called devotees, they become very emotional. The emotion has a physical counterpart also, like ice giving out water, etc. So that kind of emotionalism of the devotees, or even of the students towards their guru. You find a lot of such emotionalism among the students also towards the guru. All of that emotionalism and the sentimentality is taken as bhakti, but unfortunately it is not bhakti at all. So we have to first note that it is not bhakti. Then what is it? It is merely a sensation, and also very likely, more often than not, this kind of sentimentalism is likely to turn into the opposite. Namely, it gets transformed into hatred. Therefore, that is not bhakti. We see many examples of such a thing. So emotionalism and sentimentality is not bhakti. That is what we have to understand first. And then sakshad vidhi mukhena cha. What is bhakti then? So I prefer to present bhakti in these words. Sarveshe manaso vrittihi bhaktirit yabhidhirita or bhaktirit yabhidhiyate. I think by abhidhiyate. This is by Madhusudana Saraswati in his Bhakti Rasayanam. So, your ability to contemplate, manaso vrittihi, to contemplate upon the prime mover, Isha. Isha is not Mr. God, Isha is the prime mover of all. Sarveshe manaso vrittihi. In life as we live, things happen, small and big. Then there comes prosperity, that is by the will of that prime mover. And then there comes adversity, again by the will of prime mover. There is acclaim by the will of prime mover, and then there is censor or scandalization by the will of the prime mover. There is prosperity and then acclaim, and there is a thing favorable to us, a circumstance very favorable to us by the will of the Prime Mover, and its opposite, very unfavorable circumstances stare in the face, again by the will of the Prime Mover. Anything and everything that happens in this creation, a small movement of an ant in search of sugar, or of stars dying and new stars and galaxies taking birth, every movement, small and big, everything that happens in our life, somebody uplifting us, or somebody else pulling the leg down. So anything and everything that happens in our life, we should be able to see that sooner or later as the will of the Prime Mover. And in all these opposites, we see clearly, not some conceptual seeing, see clearly the will of the higher power or the Prime Mover and contemplate upon it that way. Therefore, adversity as well as prosperity, censure as well as acclaim, so every opportunity, every pair of opposites provides us with that vision of contemplating upon the glory of Prime Mover. That ability of the mind, that power of contemplation is called bhakti. So thank you for your attention. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Shri Krishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you very much, Swami Viditatmananda. We would now like to take a moment to thank all of our esteemed board members for their leadership and guidance. And I now invite Mr. Piyush Shah to share with us the Gurukulam's financial update.
Wow, I haven't written any book. I haven't contributed anything. I don't know what I'm going to speak. Anyway, welcome to our 35th anniversary celebration. This is a great event. I've been associated with Asha Vidya Gurukulam since the inception. This institute was founded by Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati in 1986. It's a 501c3 non-profit organization. When I met Swami, I didn't know anything about Bhagavad Gita or any Shastras. My wife brought me that I must come and listen to Swamiji's discourses. So that time I was able to attend some of the public discourses, and I was very much attracted with Swamiji's style of teaching. And when this institute was going to establish, he invited us, and this particular place was found by Swamiji's students, Janni, Lata and Sarat Pimplashkar and Urmilaben Gujaratis, etc., etc. And they were locating a place where they can continue the 2-year course for the Jignasu students. So this is how this particular place was found. It was a summer camp, and it was on a 14 acres land. And I understand the price was $120,000. Even it was very hard to, found that the money, but they did, borrow some money, and I don't know the whole history, but there was one gentleman, he came up with, his foundation and with matching fund. Anyway, this is how the start was, in a 14-acre summer camp. But here, the 2-year course, in Poconos, the weather in winter is very cold. So they had to, make, some of these units livable during winter months. So a lot of students did a lot of work. And Pujya Swamiji used to take me around. He was a visionary person beside the Jagat Guru and behind the greatest teacher you can ever find. He used to just walk with me, and he had a vision what this Gurukulam would look like. I was thinking here he doesn't want to charge any money for this knowledge. How are we going to survive, But anyway, I believed in him. He always, insisted there is no money charged for this Brahma Vidya. We have to preserve these teachings, otherwise they will be commercialized, and I was very much touched with it. And later on he asked me to help him to promote, and inspire people. So that's what my role is. So I don't know anything about Shastra, but that's what I did anyway. So it started, the 2 years course ended. Then we thought, we should not, end this place. We want to make a permanent learning center here. And that's how, the old lecture hall in Dakshinamurti complex came. And that lasted for a long time. But Pujya Swamiji's vision was always that we must impart this knowledge to many people, and their hall cannot accommodate more than 150, 200 people at the most. So this vision was, all the time in his mind. We tried so many ways, whether we can expand the old hall or whatever we know to save some money and maybe still, accommodate more people. But it was not feasible. Till later date, Swamiji, one of the students, Amita Patel, came forward and she says, my late husband passed away and I want to build lecture hall in the name of my late husband. And she offered some money, and that's how, the concept of, building this beautiful hall came in picture. So this is just a little bit history. I didn't want to go, in too much detail, but just want to give you some background. And Swamiji's vision was to have this facility ready, but unfortunately with his ill health he could not see it complete, but he did, did pradakshina where this place was going to take place. As you know, in this country, in order to build, there are so many permits to take, so many environmental issues to handle. It was taking a long time, but it was going to happen. He knew, and so with that, his blessings, today this became a reality. I want to really give one important message that we wanted to build this facility so that, the future generation don't have to spend any more money. So we did take, a lot of considerations in making this lecture hall, at the state-of-the-art facility. We have raised $13 million in this facility, and we haven't borrowed a single penny. So this is completely fully paid so that we can come and listen to our Brahma Vidya and be, thankful that we can keep, our teachings in the same fashion Swamiji initiated. So that's what we are doing here. Now, there is a cost involved. Here, only way we raise money is through donation. This whole establishment is based on strictly donation. So for the last 35 years, we have collected donations and we have, used that money wisely. We have expanded some of our residential facilities, and also we're able to buy some of the houses nearby so our priests and some other people can stay there. So that's what we have done, so far. So money is being used very wisely. In order to now, the main emphasis I want to come to you is all the capital expenditure work has done. To meet these $200,000 approximately $2 million our $2 million expenses, we came up with the idea how we can support it. So we tried many, many different approaches, but the approach which works very good is gift for a day. You can choose a day, whether it's your birthday or any wedding anniversary, and you pay $500, which is much nominal. And for that day, if you are present, they can do, the puja, and if you're here, they can give you prasad. So I thought that wasn't enough, $2 million, how many we have to find so many people to get. So we came up with the idea that if we, approach to the family consisting of 4 people, husband, wife, 2 children, just hypothetically. So if each person can contribute $2,000, which is not much, and they can select whatever, the days are important to meet, the expenses of Gurukulam towards that. So there's $2,000, and these are all tax deductible. So depending on each bracket, your net cost isn't that much. And that approach seems to be working well. So in order to meet $2 million expenses, we need about like 1,000, we call these particular gift people who give this gift, we call them patron members. So that's what we need. In order for us to continue this, Swamiji's legacy, and which is continuing and doing very well, is we require commitment from all of you, which is $2,000, and if anybody can do more, would be better. This is just the average, because I know everybody cannot give 2,000, but some can do more, so please do more. And this is our own place, and we don't want to borrow money. Last 10 years, I want to give you good news. We haven't borrowed any money. There is zero long-term debt in this place. Everything is fully paid. It's amazing. There is no place like this in the world you'll find. I was telling Pujya Swamiji, instead of lecture hall, I said, Swamiji, why don't we have some nice temple, Bridgewater type temples or something. We have a lot of land, and we can have, the temple, and from there, we'll get, a lot of people believe in bhakti, so we'll get a lot of revenues, and that way we can support, our work at the Gurukulam. And they never believed in that. He says, the end doesn't justify means. We have to do the right way. We are just, imparting knowledge, and that's what we're going to build, is the lecture hall. And we are very, very successful. Our success story is remarkable. We started with $120,000 borrowed money. Today, our book net value, book worth, today our total assets are over $24 million. We also have created an endowment fund. We thought, we will be able to, offset some of our expenses by having an endowment fund. It is very hard when you contribute $2,000 and how much extra money each family can give. In order for us to have a $2 million interest, in this country the interest is very low, we need at least $25 million endowment fund, which is very difficult to collect, at least in this short 35 periods of time. Next 35 years, maybe it will be a different story. Our young generation is doing well, and maybe they will contribute more. But we also have endowment fund. Our endowment fund is about roughly $2 million now, and we have invested safely, and it's growing, so it's doing well. So we're in a very good, solid foot. This place is to grow. And I just want you to commit yourself to support this place. Swami Tatmananda was saying, there are a lot of benefits of this, COVID thing, where we were able to, listen to all these spiritual talks on Zoom channel. But I'd like you to come, because unless you come, you don't know how your donation works. You must come here. In order to get this knowledge, yes, you do use, if you're far away, cannot come, but I want you to come. Then you know how your donations work. And it's very important you take these teachings in person rather than sitting in your old room. And that's my request is. This is again my opinion against Swami Viditatmananda, but I know he would also inspire you to come and listen to it, in person. Am I correct, Swamiji?
I said sacred ground.
Yes, this is a really sacred ground. This is the Punya Bhumi, where all these Mahatmas have, spent so much time. There is no place like this. This is the only place in North America exists which imparts knowledge in such beautiful facility. We have a couple of hundred people who can stay here and learn from Mahatmas, like all the Swamis here you have heard. So that's my request is, this is our own place. Please keep it. Do not worry, do not be shy on contributing. Whenever we come back to you, please contribute. Good example is, last year was COVID-19. We do get, like I said, about 75 to 80% of the donation, our total expenses we get into general donations, gift for a day. Also, if you are working for somebody and you give a gift for a day, please talk to your employer. There's a lot of companies have a matching fund. So we can get, some, whatever you contribute, you can get that from, your employer also. So that's a big advantage. So you get, extra money through your employer also. So they are encouraging that. So that's one thing, you can, now, last thing I was saying, we do also get about 20-25% during these camps. We offer camps, 1 week camp, 2 weeks camps, 5 weeks camps, long weekend camps. So in camp, during camp time, we do have, registration and some small amount of fee to cover the lodging expenses. So we generate approximately anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000. Out of 2 million, 4 or 500,000 comes from the registration during these various camps. Rest of the time, there is no charge. You come first and third Sunday for Gita classes, second and fourth. For the yoga things, there is no charge. Only this time we have a little fee towards the lodging expenses. So last year, it was a tough decision. We were not getting any revenues because everything was closed. So we decided last September 15th, few of us sat down and wrote a nice little request that, we are hurting and we might have to borrow money. And a lot of you responded, and I'm very thankful. Puja Swamiji also wrote a nice appeal. So that's the spirit I want to have. So we got that money. Otherwise, we would have to borrow money last year. Plus, we were also fortunate that we got under the PPP plan about $144,000. So that plus whatever we collected from our request just ended up with break-even thing last year. So far we are doing well. Now another thing I didn't mention, our fiscal year ends in October 31st. It's not the calendar year. So last year our expenses were about roughly $2,017,000, and our net receipt with PPP and everything was about $2,033,000. So we were about $15,000-$16,000 plus. So that was very good. We survived the worst year. Now all the good things are happening. So hopefully we won't have to write this special assessment thing. The other way to give the money is the stock market is doing very well. So I think I'll encourage you who have this appreciated stocks, you can offer that as a donation, so you can take the full donation and you don't have to pay any taxes on those appreciated stocks. So that's one other way you can give. So I think my job is to inspire you as Swamiji inspired me, and this is our institute, and I was very fortunate that my wife brought me to Swamiji and I was able to do some seva so that teaching can continue. This is Swamiji's legacy, our legacy. We are preserving our shastras well. And I think, we all shine because of Ashavidya Gurukulam. Ashavidya Gurukulam has given so much. It's unbelievable to all of you in many ways. So I think, we want to keep this Jyoti going all the time. Anything come for Ashavidya Gurukulam, please don't be daridra. Just donate generously, whatever you can afford. So that's the only request I have. Swamiji used to always teach me, I was always big. He says, Piyush, think big, be big, think big, and do big. I said, Swamiji, I'm big. But he told me, he says, you have to think big and be big. So I want to give you those words of him. Be big. Don't be daridra. Everything you give today $1 and you'll get $10 in return sometime in very short time. So that's my only appeal is keep this institute going. We don't have to, really go to the bank. And our other mantra is we don't want to borrow any money. We want to stay debt free. So this is where we control our own destiny. Nobody can say that you didn't pay, our installments, so we want to close you down or shut you down. So that's the only message I have, and that's the only mantra I want you to really really think about it and give, generously. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piyusha. Once again, please join me in honoring and thanking the Swamijis for all the wonderful words in their teachings. At this time, I would request all the Swamijis and Mr. Piyusha to please take your seats while we rearrange the address. One moment for a photograph. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. This is so we have time to rearrange the stage for Swami Viditatmananda's talk. Okay. So I would like to now take this moment to offer our heartfelt thanks to the Gurukulam staff. These are the dedicated and hardworking people who cook our food, lead our prayers, answer the phones, keep the ashram clean, run the office, operate the audio and video, maintain the grounds, and make the Gurukulam a joyous experience for each of us every time we're here. We're very fortunate to have this wonderful team led by Shuddhatmaji, a person who truly symbolizes seva. We appreciate their effort and they acknowledge their role in keeping our Gurukulam running smoothly. So please join me in giving them a big hand as we say thank you to every one of them. I would also like to thank the many volunteers and supporters of today's celebration, without whose hard work this program would not be possible. Once again, please join me in thanking them. And now, I would like to introduce Shuddhatmaji, General Manager of Arsha Vidya Gurukulam, who would like to offer his own words of appreciation. Apart from his administrative work, Shuddhatmaji also conducts Vedanta, Sanskrit, and chanting classes here at the ashram.
I'm just waiting Swami Viditatmananda to arrive. I can start it. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Suprabhatam. Before I begin my words of appreciation, I'm very delighted to invite Mrs. Rosemary Brown, PA State of Representative, today for joining us in this great event. Appreciation and acknowledgements. Please read it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. I was here several times over the last 10 years that I have been a state representative for the area. I was actually here when we blessed the ground for this building, and right before, I would say about 2 years ago, I was here and I took a walk through, and the building was ready to go, and just didn't have a lot of the seating and some of the other final details. And then, of course, COVID hit. So it really is a pleasure today to walk in here and see how beautiful the building is and see people in the building and it functioning very well. So congratulations. And I have to say to, I think your treasurer, maybe you want to consult to the government, because you have no debt, which is great, and you don't want to borrow, which is great. So we might have to get in touch with you at some point. On a light note, right? Being that we all have been through so much. But I have to admit, before I became a legislator for the area, I really didn't know much about this complex. And as over the years, I've become educated and still have a lot more to learn. But it is really pleasurable to hear about the teachings that happen and what you are offering to our world and our community. We need more of this type of teaching. We need more of this type of education and love and kindness throughout our world. So I thank you all very, very much. And I'm just going to do an official congratulations on the 35th anniversary. And this is from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's a house citation, and it is stated, founded by Puja Sri Swami Viditatmananda, Ashravida Gurukulam is an institution of Vedic teachings with two main centers in India and Sailorsburg. How blessed we are to have two centers, one of them here. Situated on nearly 100 acres of partially wooded land in the Pocono Mountains, the Sailorsburg location houses a 400-seat state-of-the-art auditorium and dining complex, library, reading room, bookstore, fully equipped exercise room. Thank you to whoever made the lights a little brighter. Walking trail and outdoor recreation options. The facility, throughout its history, Ashravida Gurukulam has made inestimable contributions to the welfare of society through a sense of fellowship and through its programs, which are designed to enhance the quality of life for all. A succession of on behalf of the House of Representatives, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we salute Ashravida Gurukulam upon its richly deserved recognition of 35 years and best wishes for continued growth and for success in the years to come. Thank you very much. And it's signed by myself and the Speaker of the House. Oh, thank you very much. Can I take a picture with you? Let me put my mask on. Yeah, I was going to say, do you want to open it or? Sure. You want to show? Take my glasses off. And my phone is going at the same time. Thank you very much.
And our activities. Thanks again. Friends, years 2019 and 2020 were full of challenges, uncertainties, health threats, so on and so forth. Looks like there was no way out to begin anything in terms of classes, etc. But that was not the situation. With blessings of Swami Viditatmananda, supported by our action committee members, Dr. Pramod Deshmukh, Dr. Arun Puranik, Shri Piyush Shah, Swami Jnananandaji, Gary and myself and other board members, for the Gurukulam took the bold step of opening it to the public for the regular camps and temple services and other activities. Pranams to Swamiji and all our board members. Thank you very much. With the grace of Lord Dakshinamurti, blessings of Puja Swamiji, and guidance of our Swami Viditatmanandaji, and all the acharyas, the board members, and all the supporters, we have successfully completed 35 years of seva in the teaching of Vedanta, Sanskritam, meditation, and yoga. We welcome the 36th year with same spirit and enthusiasm. Talk a bit two-part, quickly I'll finish it. One is quick review of our last year activities and words of appreciation. To begin with, we welcome New Year 2020 in the presence of Swami Tatviananda by invoking the grace of Lord Dakshinamurti by offering Maharudrabhishekam to Lord Dakshinamurti and continue all the programs via Zoom in person till the end of 2020. We're always constrained by time and busy with fulfilling our obligatory and busy with digital and social media. Friends, one thing you cannot recycle is waste time. So someone told me, why not we take of help of Shri? You know, Shri is there. Whenever if there's a problem, you ask the phone, Shri. So Shri would promptly tell you by saying, someone asked, how can I get spiritual knowledge? Shri says, sorry, I cannot help you. Go to the Gurukulam. So you have no choice but to come here and learn Vedanta from our teachers. The Gurukulam is happy to facilitate the teaching programs through our long weekend, week-long family camps and classes for adults. If you are not able to attend our weekend or week-long programs, at least try to attend our first and third Saturdays and Sundays classes on meditation and on Bhagavad Gita classes. And our Surya also conducts Brahmachari Surya on Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam on weekends. So please refer to our 2021 program booklet for the year-round programs and try to attend as many as classes possible, programs and activities, and be beneficiaries and of all these teachings and be blessed. A couple of special events will be happening along with our camps here. One is on September 20th, we'll be remembering Swami Pratik Bodhanandaji on his first Mahasamadhi day on September 20th. And on September 23rd, we'll be remembering Puja Swamiji on his 6th Mahasamadhi day. The program begins at 11 o'clock. Swami Tatviananda will be here. In his presence, this program will happen. So please come and join. Now words of appreciation begins here. I once again offer my respectful pranams and gratitude to our Swamijis for their loving guidance and unconditional support to run our programs with ease and comfort. I would also like to thank our dearest board members and all our patrons, members, GFT and other supporters for being there for us all the time. The Gurukulam deeply recognizes and appreciates all your support and generosity. Our souvenir team constitutes Swamini Agamanandaji, Teriko, Editors-in-Chief, creative artist and visualizer and copywriter Samata Chaitanya, and photographer Shri Kshitij Joshi and Dr. Vipul Patel. Advertisers, supporters, Mrs. Vimala Sadashivam, Mr. Suresh Ramamurthy, and Mrs. Nalini Rao. If you want to thank, you can thank me for souvenir coordination. We also would like to thank Dan McMaster, then Jan Kowalski, Jennifer Sniffen, and the entire team of Sunlito Print for the diligent in a bookstore, kitchen staff, housing maintenance, gardening. We also acknowledge the help of our volunteers in the maintenance of the ground and the kitchen and other areas. Take this opportunity to appreciate all my loving staff members and also acknowledge their sincere effort, strength and care that helps me to follow the words of Puja Swamiji to run the Gurukulam in the traditional way to keep our teaching tradition alive and meaningful for years to come. Our special thanks to kitchen crew led by Sri Ramachandran and Tharaben. Our appreciation to Mr. Sahadev and Chitra and their group for audio, video, for impeccable video arrangements. Thank you. Our big round of applause to all our volunteer coordinators and volunteers for their time, expertise, and help. I know Raju and Lata, they can do without us, but we cannot do without them. So give them a big round of applause to Lata and Raju. So today's function all went well, still is going on. There is some who orchestrated all this along with the help, and he is the boy who grew up at the Gurukulam in past years under the guidance of Pujya Swamiji, and that is our Neil Haranhalli. Neil, please come. Neil, are you here? Yeah, please. So far he is awesome, I'm sure he will be. So Neil, please, as a boy, Neil has been with Pujya Swamiji, so he has gained all the good qualities, and we are happy to have Neil, and his wife is also his Madhura, and parents Suman and Chandramohan Haranhalli. Thank you for being with us. Our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to Shri Piyush Bhai and Avantika Bhen for being with us all the time. Our thanks to all of you for making this function a grand success. Now, sit back, relax, and with rapt attention, please listen to Swamiji Viditatmananda on the most sought topic, that is success, Safalata. Thanks again. Sarve Santu Niramayaha. May everyone be happy and healthy. Take care and enjoy rest of the program. Thank you once again for all your support, help, and everything. Namaste.
Swamiji, I'll just give a little more introduction for you, Swamiji. I think no introduction is necessary for Swami Viditatmananda ji. We all know him so well, and all that he, that he teaches us. But a few words. Swami Viditatmananda ji expounds Vedanta with a simplicity and directness that makes it easy to assimilate for everyone. Having lived and worked in the United States prior to becoming a renunciate, Swami Viditatmananda ji is familiar with the lifestyles in both India and the West. And it's with this insight into both cultures that he's able to reach out to everyone with equal ease. In India, under the banner of the Adhyatma Vidya Mandir, Swami Viditatmananda ji conducts various programs to disseminate the knowledge of the scriptures. Prior to his address, Swami Viditatmananda ji will say a few words in remembrance of Swami Pratyag Bodhananda ji. And now please join me in welcoming Swami Viditatmananda ji for the much awaited anniversary address.
सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Remembrance of Swami Viditatmananda, whose picture you see here. Although the day was different, but just on the last anniversary day, along with us, Swamiji, Swami Viditatmananda also gave a talk, as though that was his last talk, or whatever, where he related his association from a young age up to this point with Puja Swamiji, and how all along he enjoyed the love, care, blessings and teaching of Puja Swamiji. He himself deeply loved Puja Swamiji. Therefore, while in India, he would make a point to be with Swamiji whenever he could. He would visit Anikatti, Rishikesh, and several locations where Puja Swamiji might be going for talks. Apart from listening to Puja Swamiji, his intention also was to serve Swamiji at a personal level. He was a good nurse, a good cook, and a very loving caretaker. So Puja Swamiji also welcomed him to join him whenever possible. How as a young man he came in contact with Puja Swamiji, and my association with Swami Viditatmananda also began, where Puja Swami became the cause of it. I went to Sandipani Sadhanalaya about a month or so before our residential course was to begin. Between you and me to check out the ashram. Because going from New York, all that I was wondering what kind of sanitary system they would have. What kind of rooms and facilities they would have. Should I stay in the ashram? Or should I stay in the city, Bombay, commute? This kind of thoughts were there. And when I visited the ashram, fortunately Puja Swami happened to be there in course of his time. He was not a Swami. And his sister also was not a Swami, they were there. That was my first association, acquaintance with him. And from the very first meeting, it struck some chord, and from that moment he always remained with me, he loved me. He looked upon me as his not only friend but elder brother, and also sought opportunities to spend time with me whenever he could. Everybody knows him to be a very loving, kind, jovial person who touched the heart of whoever came in contact with him. And many stories I heard later on from the people as to how he touched them. And he was also a promoter of Puja Swami. Whoever came in contact with him, who tried to direct that person to Puja Swami. There are many people who now tell me how they were directed in this manner.
a very generous person, and we were often beneficiaries of his generosity. Among other things, he loved to feed. And in India, whenever his center was in Surat, now we were in Ahmedabad. So whenever he visited Ahmedabad, he would come with all specialties of Surat, which are fruits, vegetables, sweets, and namkeens. You need a truck, that kind of things he brought. And there are special things that they make in Surat. One of them is called undiyu in the Gujarat. That is like the avial of South India. Many vegetables are combined and cooked. Sometimes he will bring not only the veg, but he will bring the cook. He says, these fellows don't know how to cook. And then afterwards he found that these people did not know how to serve. Because when that undiyu is cooked, it has to be served in a certain manner. The way people do it, they just mess it up. So make sure that his cook cooked it, his person served it in a proper manner. So this much amount of care and love he showed. And on this occasion, last year, he described his association with Puja Swamiji. He was not doing well physically, and he was hoping to return to India and get proper medical attention. He had plans to return in the month of April. The pandemic held him up here, and he was to leave the day, 28th September of this anniversary last year. He had plans to leave on the 21st of September. And on 28th September, after returning from here, he had lunch. With great difficulty, he returned to me here. I think it was taken in the car, driven there. He could not even climb. He sat down and had to rest before he climbed. Had some rest and then got up. And there were other devotees also, and some people tried to help him. That didn't work out. So they started Shri Ram, Jai Ram. He also joined them. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. And that's it, he's gone. So look at this, I should say, bhakta of Guru, bhakta of course of Ishvara, that he described here how he was blessed by the Guru. And he left with the lips of Lord on his lips, with the name of Lord on his lips. And I wanted to share, I don't know whether they would allow me or not, but share this little story with you. That Swamiji's cardiologist is Dr. Adiraju. And his secretary knew all the Swamis because they were, Puja Swamiji, Swami Tatviananda. Not me much, but then they all visited his offices several times. And that lady had a particular liking and respect and reverence for the Swamis. This happened in the afternoon of 20th September when Swami Tatviananda left us. Next morning of 21st September, when Dr. Adiraju went to his office, this secretary started telling him something. Before Dr. Adiraju could tell him what had happened to Swami Pratyabodhana, she said that last night Puja Swami came to my dream. He told me, don't worry, he is with me. So, whether to believe this or not, but all I can say is that he loved his Guru, served his Guru, could not go back to India. He left here at the feet of his Guru to merge into his Guru. A very blessed person. And it's very great, sense of loss that we remember him, because he was a great person. Everybody loved to be with him. Not only was a great asset to the Gurukulam, a very personal friend of mine in many ways, is a big loss. And so his picture also is here below Puja Swamiji's, just to remember him. And we blessed him all the time. We did not bless him now. I guess he's in a place now where he can bless everybody. And today is 15th of August, which is again the birthday of Puja Swamiji. Couple of things, everybody knows a lot of things about Puja Swamiji. And perhaps what I'm going to say also everybody knows. But when Puja Swamiji was a child, it seems that one of his aunts told him about his paternal grandfather, whom Swamiji had never seen. This paternal grandfather, there's a small village in which they grew up, was a very wealthy person and a very generous person. So this aunt told this child Swamiji, little Swamiji, that whenever people came to see this person, because he was a wealthy person, and so people would come to pay the respect to him. And it's traditional to carry some gift with you when you go to a big person. So these poor villagers, what can they bring with them? Some pumpkin, which was growing perhaps in a field or in the yard, plucked from that, creeper, and take it as a gift to this person. And this person in turn would call his servant and get a bag full of rice paddy and give it to this person. In return for a pumpkin, imagine. So people were surprised at this kind of disproportionate generosity. So what are you doing? He says, no, what I am doing is quite proper from my standpoint. Because even a small pumpkin also is a big thing for this poor man. When he plucks that from the creeper and brings it here, there is a sense of loss in him, because that's important to him, precious to him. And so this paternal grandfather said that, I feel that pain of loss, and therefore what I'm trying to do is just to compensate. This boy, Puja Swamiji, was highly impressed by the story. He says that is when he learned not only value of generosity, I'm sure he must have it anyway, generosity out of proportion, which is what Puja Swamiji was. I would call him recklessly generous, recklessly compassionate. Why reckless? Because you have no consideration for your own self. Somebody said, comparing, that person was trying to tell me who I am, where I am. He said, do you ever stick out your neck for anybody? Which is what Swamiji did, stick out the neck, and without worrying out what the consequences will be. So this is empathy, you're feeling the pain of others. I'm sure that Swamiji brought with him, but then this is one thing that he learned from that paternal grandfather. Second important thing about Puja Swamiji, there are millions of things, but then they bought into that. He himself tried different means of gaining experience, but he was frustrated. I was even disappointed with Vedanta. But his guru, Puja Swami Chinmayanandaji, recognized the struggle going on with his disciple. And he advised him to go to one Swami Pranavananda. And our Puja Swamiji went there. And I don't think he spent a long time with Swami Pranavananda, but whatever Pranavanandaji taught him, One important lesson that Puja Swami learned from Swami Viditatmananda was that Vedanta is Pramanam. As the text, Vedanta Sara says in the first sentence, Vedantu Nama Upanishad Pramanam. What is Pramanam? A means of knowledge. Like right now, your ears or faculty of hearing are means of knowledge to hear these words, hear the sounds in the words. Either Pramanam meaning valid means of knowledge for colors and forms. So that is called Pramanam Pramakaranam, which is a valid means of knowledge. And every Pramana is Apurvata, meaning that it gives us knowledge that is not available by any other means of knowledge. That's called Apurvata. Meaning that our eyes are the Pramanam for perceiving colors and forms which no other means of knowledge, ears and nose, etc. No other entity can give that. If Vedanta is Pramanam, that means that Vedanta gives us a knowledge which cannot be available by any other means of knowledge. And Pramanam simply gives us Prama, or the valid knowledge. So this opened somehow, something that happened to Puja Swami. His conflict between these two, knowledge and experience, was resolved when he understood Vedanta as Pramana, as means of knowledge, not means of experience. Understand that knowledge presupposes experience. The knowledge of the law of gravity was gained as a result of investigating an experience. What was the experience? That an apple fell. An investigation in that experience led to understanding of that experience, which is called knowledge. So knowledge presupposes experience. You cannot know something that you are not experiencing, nor will there be even a desire to know. When jignasa, general knowledge is there, then there is a desire to know something in particular. Ya atma apahata papma vijaraha vimrutyuhu vishokaha vijigitsa etc. etc. Saha anveshtavitavyaha vijignasitavyaha. Say chandogopan anveshtavyaha. It is to be investigated into. Atma is already apahata papma vijaraha vimrutyuhu. It is sinless, it is devoid of old age, death, grief, delusion. It's to be anveshtavya, is to be investigated. Which means that Atma is already a matter of experience. Experience we always have with Atma, Satyam, Jnanam, Anantam, Brahma. Swami is very fond of this. I don't want to turn this into a Vedantic lecture, but still, it is a Vedanta. After all, you are all Vedantic students. But Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma, Puja Swami says, is a Mahavakya. What is the Mahavakya? That which reveals the identity of this individual self, Atma, Brahman, limitless, self of all. So Brahman is Satyam. What is Satyam? Abhadhitam Satyam. That which is non-negatable, that which cannot be negated is called Satyam. Here I recall an anecdote, again in Puja Swamiji's life. When Puja Swamiji was giving talks, I guess in Berkeley or someplace, on self-knowledge, then he says, I'm going to define truth. And these people are very, Swamiji was a very astute speaker and teacher and whatever. And so he left, he concluded the lecture with this statement. You define truth? And immediately professor came and asked, Swamiji, you said you're going to define truth. God defined is God defined. How can you define truth? Come tomorrow, I'll define. No, I'll come tomorrow, you tell me what it is. No, but you won't come tomorrow. I will come. What is truth? Abhaditam satyam, that which cannot be negated. Professor is happy. He went home. Next day again, before the next lecture, some 15 minutes before, he again came to Swamiji. Swami, you defined the truth all right, abhaditam, that which cannot be negated is called truth, but I don't find anything like that. Everything can be negated. There is nothing that you cannot be negated. Come to the class. No, I'll come to class. Tell me right now. Being a professor, he cannot tolerate not understanding something. Swamiji said, the negator cannot be negated. Who negates cannot be negated. Satyam, abhaditam, non-negatable. It is the very truth of the negator, very self. What is the nature? Jnanam. Jnanam is explained as jnaptihi, as consciousness. Not Vishesha Jnanam, Samanya Jnanam. Therefore, you are consciousness, you are Satyam, you are absolute reality. Thank you, I am absolute. So, what's the big deal about what does it mean to me? Anantam, you are limitless, you are whole, complete, Ananda. So, what is consciousness? What is consciousness is that it is self-revealing. You cannot escape consciousness. You cannot escape yourself. It can never be that you are not aware of yourself. Meaning that you are always experienced by yourself. You don't have to create an experience of consciousness, an experience of self. Now what do you have to do? You have to understand the experience. That's called knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge is investigating experience to arrive at the right understanding. So this was Swamiji's teaching. That's what he... Because, a lot of things are there about Puja Swamiji, but then he devoted himself to always clarifying this. Satyam, Jnanam, Anantam. Lighting a lamp, it's all, everything else is ready. Like gunpowder, matchstick. So that's how I guess they must be, because I know what struggle it is to be a compassionate person, but you see that the person is already there. And secondly is this teaching, this clarity. He learned the clarity. Because knowledge means clarity. And as already said, Puja Swami is characterized by the precision. So precision, accuracy, clarity, use of the word. And always you tell us, don't use a word more than necessary. Don't use a complicated word when a simple word can serve the purpose. Because it's not for you that you are talking to communicate to the one who needs to know. So that is Puja Swami. Again we remember him on this 15th August, which is his birthday. Now that takes care of my time, by the way. Should I continue or what should we do? I have already exceeded 10 minutes, by the way, from the time allotted to me. But anyway, since everybody took the liberty, I guess, I can also take liberty for a few more minutes. So now we were supposed to be talking on the topic of success. If Puja Swamiji can be called a successful person, which is how I think of a successful person. As the Bhagavad Gita describes, Lord Krishna calls what we call a successful person a sthita prajna, a person of abiding wisdom. And what is the mark of success? Atmaneva Atmana Tushtaha. The characteristic of the wise person is Tushtaha, is satisfied, contented with himself, by himself. Meaning that, our Swami Tatmananda very well pointed out, being bored with myself. And that boredom, of course, is due to the obstacles. As Swami said, ignorance. And Swami Muktananda also talked about impurities. So these are the things that in fact obstruct the manifestation, because we are told that Ananda is Jnanam, it is self-effulgent, self-manifesting. And just now, so you say that Atma is always experienced, that means you are always experiencing Ananda. How come I don't feel it? That is because it is obstructed, it is there like the sun is obstructed by the clouds. With what Swami Muktananda said, impurity, Swami said ignorance, yes, ignorance giving rise to impurities. So when these obstacles are removed, let us go yoga, karma yoga, jnana yoga, then the self manifests itself without any obstruction in its true nature. And because of that, now the wise person is totally satisfied with himself, by himself, meaning that he does not need to distract himself. He doesn't need anything. Tatmananda says nicely, say, listening to the music on the telephone, why is this music here? So that you don't get bored. Bored with what? When I'm with myself, then how can I be bored? If that self is anantam, which is equated to ananda, wholeness, completeness, atmaneva, atmana tushtaha. The big problem with human being is to get bored with one's own self. Yet Tatmananda said, who is the problem? I am the problem for me. Puji Swami was very fond of saying, you are the problem and you are the solution. Which I is the problem? That I, from whom that Ananda is obstructed, and therefore I feel the opposite of Ananda, namely I feel sad, bored, unhappy. That I is the problem. And that is what is done by ignorance and impurities. And that becomes Purushartha. That is called success when Purushartha or a desired end is achieved. Generally success means fulfillment of a desire. In Sanskrit, success is called Safalyam. Safalasya bhava, Safalyam, Safala also is success. Phalena savartayati safalam. So that which is where the phala or the outcome is what I want, when my desire is satisfied, I call myself a successful person. But Swamiji, who is a successful person? A wealthy person is successful. A famous is successful. A powerful is successful. And so on and so forth. We have different definitions of success. But really, success is not something which is out there, meaning cannot be defined as such and such thing. Because we could very well have a big mansion and then I still can be bored. I can have a great amount of wealth and I still may feel isolated. Meaning that all those accomplishments can be there. Not that they are isolated or they are bored. I don't mean that. But simply having wealth and power and fame and any other things that are called success does not assure that I will feel satisfied or content. So what happens when a desire is satisfied? I have a sense of contentment. Something happens within. Meaning that success is not something that is in creating in me that state which is called success. Therefore, success is really a state of mind to begin with. What state of mind? When I am happy, I am contented. Happy with whom? I can be happy only when I'm happy with myself, understand? That is called happiness. That we feel happy when we are happy with ourselves. We are unhappy when we are unhappy with ourselves. No, Swamiji, I eat ice cream, that is when I feel happiness. But what ice cream does? Why do I remember ice cream all the time? I don't know. Don't give me ice cream, but anyway, that's the example that always comes to my mind. Formerly it was laddu, now it is ice cream. I don't know either of them. I don't mind either of them, but anyway, still. As the Vedantic teachers will explain that my craving momentarily got satisfied, and therefore the mind got resolved, and therefore became inward looking, and thus I was sort of experiencing myself. The degree of happiness will depend upon the degree of the impurities removed, or degree of clarity of the mind. In short, every time I'm happy, I'm experiencing myself. When I'm looking at the beauty of the mountain, appreciating the beauty of the mountain, understand I'm appreciating my own beauty. Beauty of flower, beauty of mountain, the deliciousness of some food, of joy of the music. When I'm happy, understand that I'm enjoying myself. What that music and other things did, that they were instrumental in bringing me to myself, which I do not know how to do. And so Vedanta teaches how to do that. We all know. So these prajahati yada kama, the kama, all the desires or extrovertedness go away. Paranchikhani vetuna swayambhu, because we are born with extroverted, with a fascination or temptation for the objects and enjoyments. Most of us, if not all of us. Therefore, the first step is how to make our mind, which is, what do you want? Extrovertedness is not just that the mind is, engaged with the things outside. Extrovertedness is my notion that happiness or success lies outside of myself. And therefore my mind is naturally searching for it. That is called extrovertedness. Not just because I'm thinking of things that I'm extrovert, but that I think that what I'm seeking is out there. And so first of all we have to do something by which we can start experiencing our own peace or happiness. And for that Lord Krishna prescribes yoga, karma yoga, a change of attitudes. That what you are seeking is not out there, what you are seeking is your own self. What does it mean, Swami? It means that you conduct yourself not on the basis of a lacking, wanting person. You conduct yourself based on a person who has what you want. But I don't have it, Swami. Suppose you had it. As Swami likes to say, fake it till you make it. That you have it. No, I don't have it. Pretend that you have it. It's fake word that people don't like. Pretend. And so then the big sutra, transform yourself from being a consumer to a contributor. Meaning consumer is the one who is always wanting things, desiring things, a contributor. It's karma yoga. It has a tremendous effect. And swakarmana tamabhyarcha siddhim, when Lord Krishna says you attain siddhi or success, when you perform your actions or duties as an offering to Ishvara, siddhim vindati. Lord Krishna says siddhi means success. So this is what Bhagavad Gita teaches of how to become a successful person. The first stage of success is becoming a contributor. It's not a simple thing to be a contributor. Somewhat painful thing. Because when I have to give something that is dear to me, it causes pain inside. Even that little, the pumpkin that the poor man brought must have created some pain in him, but then he still gave it. Puja Swamiji always was fond of saying that you should give until it pinches you. I have $100 in me and I give you 50 cents, there's no big deal. $1 or $2, no. Give until it pinches you. That is when that pinching brings about the purification of mind, not just giving. Anyway, contributor. So Lord Krishna shows how thus to remove those impurities that Swami Muktatmani talked about. And then second is how to remove ignorance that Swami Tatmananda talked about. But approaching the teacher, Shastra Shravanam, Mananam. So thus Bhagavad Gita charts out this two-stage path for real success. First is yoga, other is Brahma Vidya, and describes a successful person as a role model for us. So if we call our Puja Swamiji a successful person, then he is a role model. Atmaneva Atmanatushtaha, one who is content with oneself. Our Swamiji used to say, then everything becomes a luxury. For a person who enjoys himself, would enjoy everything. When I'm happy with myself, I'll be happy with everything. Then everything becomes a luxury. Thus, for a person like that, just that you are alive, that you have this body, that you are walking and talking, doing all ordinary things also, which we take for granted. By we, I do not mean we, everybody, but I and many included. That these are all luxuries. They are all great gifts given to us, that I have a body, I can breathe, I can talk right now. Swamiji said, don't take it for granted, that you can walk, you can talk, you can listen. They are big things. But we have no value for that because we are so preoccupied with some little thing that we don't have, that we don't have value for what we have. But when I am satisfied with myself, everything becomes valuable to me. How great, how blessed I am that I have a body, that I can talk, I can walk, I can do the little things. Naturally, all of this is going to be reflected in his relationship with others. He is a natural contributor. Because he doesn't, prajahati yada, kaman means not just desires, kaman means demands. He is a non-demanding person. He doesn't make demands upon anybody, because he doesn't need. And we are always comfortable with a non-demanding person. When a person makes a demand upon me, Swamiji, sit straight, don't sit like that. Don't shave your head like that, don't do this, that and that. I'm not comfortable, I'm accepted as I am, that's when I'm comfortable. And so this person accepts everybody as they are. So that is when everybody feels accepted. That is when that compassion is felt. That is when that real connection happens. And that is when you can really help the people also. Therefore, Puja Swamiji, needless to say, so these are all signs of success. I know that success is usually described in different terms, and that I have nothing, there's no issue with that. Not that all those external things have nothing to do with success, if they create in me that internal feeling of self-satisfaction, self-acceptance. A person, Atmaneva Atmanatushtaha, who is satisfied with himself, happy with himself, is a successful person. So, we remember all this on this day. We remember Swami Viditatmananda, who displayed his love and joy, or Puja Swamiji, who should be called a successful person in the primary sense. We're happy that we had association with all these Mahatmas, and we learned a lot from them, and learning from other Mahatmas also. So with that I will conclude this talk on this 35th anniversary. Very happy that we have you, we had all these Mahatmas here, and all of them shared their wisdom with us. And our young man, Neil Haranhalli, who says, was born when Gurukulam was born. He seems to be particularly proud of that, I don't know why. What did you do? Gurukulam was started, but he's somehow proud of that. My parents brought me here when I was 3 months old. Very good. So we should expect to see more of him, I think, now, and more contribution from him, and so forth and so on. I'm sure he will do that. He started today with his contribution, and I'm sure that he's a physician, and so with his wisdom and whatever he has, he will contribute to the Gurukulam in terms of guiding us, directing us, helping us. Good luck to you, and with that I conclude.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om.
Thank you very much, Swamiji. Those were wonderful words. We will now request that Swamijis and board members proceed to the front lobby for the unveiling of Puja Swamiji's portrait and the donor's plaque, as well as the building name. I request all of the audience to remain seated as the unveiling will be broadcast on the video. Swami Viditatmananda ji will be unveiling Puja Swamiji's portrait and the building name, and Swami Tatviananda ji will be unveiling the donor's plaque. Please give us a few moments to prepare.
Swami. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Please let us go there. In front of Swami.
Not picture. It is something different. It's coming.
Hello. Please watch the inauguration of the building with the name. Inauguration of the building with the name, please watch. Inauguration of the building. Yeah, name. Om Sound.
That won't give sound in here. That gives sound in the auditorium only. But when you say waiting. They're almost ready.
So now we are getting ready to inaugurate the name of the building.
It's just 10 seconds.
Name of the building will be inaugurated by Swami Viditatmananda very soon. So wait and watch. You see what's going to happen. What's the name? It will happen very soon. You have to wait.
Wait.
Har Har Mahadev. It will come. Kartik bhai. Here you go. This is the official opening. Swami Dayananda Vijnana Bhavan. This is named by Swami Viditatmananda. I will give it to Swamiji.
So as you can see, we have named this whole complex as Swami Dayananda Vijnana Bhavan because the main purpose of this complex is the auditorium, which is a lecture hall where the knowledge has been imparted since last 35 years and will continue to be imparted. And so we thought that Vijnana Bhavan is a place, location where Vijnana, not only Jnanam but Vijnanam, which is special, Vishesha Jnanam, which is the identity of Jiva and Brahma, which is imparted here. And Puja Swamiji dedicated himself in disseminating this knowledge. We are very happy that the tradition will be continued, and therefore, very appropriately, this complex is named Swami Dayananda Vijnana Bhavan. Om.
Hello. We'll go there. Hello. Yes. Our heart is wide, still wide open to accept your donation for this building if you are all interested. Thank you. We cannot add in more.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us this morning. That concludes the morning session of our program.
Wait. Just be seated for a couple of minutes. You should not miss. Hello. Yeah, this is very important. We'll conclude this with a silver line to the function, which you should not miss. It is just a couple of minutes. Blessings from Swami Puja Swamiji.
Hari Om. Once again, thank you for joining us this morning. That concludes the morning session of our program. Our volunteers will now direct you to the dining area. Please leave your footwear here where it is, outside where it is, and you can collect it afterwards. In addition, please take a seat in the dining hall as directed by our volunteers so that we can maintain as best social distancing as possible while we enjoy lunch and walk to the dining area. Lastly, after you've finished lunch, please leave your boxes and a dignitaries table set up for Swamijis and board members. Thank you. We will reconvene around at 2 o'clock for a question and answer satsang with Swami Viditatmananda ji here in the auditorium. As you return, please wear your mask and sit in the same seats as you sat in before lunch in order to maintain social distancing. And thank you for that cooperation. If you have any satsang questions, in addition to writing them on paper, on a piece of paper or index card which will be available to you, you can also email your questions from your phone or tablet to arshavidyamedia@gmail.com. Once again, arshavidyamedia@gmail.com. Also, it's our custom to chant Bhagavad Gita chapter 15 prior to meals, so feel free to join Shudatmaji in the chant, and he will be following that with the Hanuman Chalisa as well. Thank you.
Please come and join me. I'm going to chant 15th chapter. And the clipping that you saw here was a beautiful clipping of Swamiji's bhajans, ending with Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Thanks to our Lata Deshmukh, who could get us at the last moment, and it really added a lot of color to the function. Thank you all. Now we'll quickly chant 15th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. And meanwhile, if you want to stay here to listen to the chanting, you can, or you can just go and join in the line and get your boxed lunch and sit and eat. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhamulamadasyakam Ashvatham Prahuravyayo Chandansi Yasya Parnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit Adashchodham Prasuta Tasya Shakha Gunapravardha Vishaya Pravalakha Adhascha Mulanyanasantatani Karmanubandhini Manushaloke Narupamasseha Tathopalabhyate Nanto na Chadya na cha Sampratishta Ashvathamenam Savirudhamulam Asangashastrena Dhridena Chitva Tatah Padam Tatparimargitavyam Yasmin Gatana Nivartanti Bhuyaka Tameva Chadyam Purusham Prapadde Yatah Pravrte Prasuta Purane Nirmana Moha Jita Sanga Doshaha Adhyatma Nitya Vinivritta Kamaha Dvandvair Vimukta Sukha Dukkha Samdnehi Gacchantya Modah Padam Avyayantat Natadbhasayate Suryaha Nashashanko na Pavakaha Yadgatva na Nivartante Dhama Paramam Mama Mamaivamsho Jiva Loke Jiva Bhutas Sanatanaha Manashashtanindriyani Prakritisthani Karishate Shariram Yatavapnoti Yachapi Pramatishvaraha Grihitvaitani Sanyati Ishtayamanashchayam Vishayanta Sevate Utkramantam Stitam Vapi Bunjanam Vagunanvitam Vimodhananu Pashyanti Pashyanti Dhyana Chakshushaha Yatanto Yoginaschainam Pashyantyatmanyavastitam Yatanto Pyakrutatmanaha Nainam Pashyantya Chetasaha Yadadityagatan Tejaha Jagadbhasayate Khila Yachandramasi Yachagno Tattejo Vidhimamaka Gama Vishyacha Bhutani Dharayamyakamojasa Pushtami Chaushadhi Sarvaha Somo Bhutva Rasatmakaha Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashritaka Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachamyannam Chaturvidham Sarvasya Chaham Rudhi Sannivishtaha Mattasmati Jnanam Apoghanancha Vedaischa Sarvairahameva Vidyaha Vedanta Krudveda Videva Chaham Dvavimau Purushau Loke Ksharaschaksharagivacha Ksharas Sarvani Bhutani Kutastokshara Uchate Uttamah Purushastanyaka Paramatmetyadhavritaha Yolokatrayama Vishya Vibhartavya Ishvaraha Yasmat Ksharamati Aksharaadapi Chottamaha Atosmi Loke Vedecha Pratitah Purushottamaha Yomamevama Mudaha Janati Purushottamam Sasarva Vidbhajati Mam Sarva Bhavena Bharata Iti Guhyatamam Shastram Idamuktam Magyanagha Etad Buddha Buddhiman Syat Katakrityascha Bharata Om Tatsat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishnarjuna Samvade Purushottama Yogo Nama Panchadashodhyayaha Sarvadharman Parityajya मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वा सर्वपापेभ्यः मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः। हरिः ॐ ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुत ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना। हरिः ॐ नमः पार्वतीपतये हर हर महादेव। I will chant Hanuman Chalisa. This is especially dedicated to Swami Pratyek Bodhanji today. Shri Guru Charana Saroj Raj Nij Man Mukar Sudari Varnav Raghuvar Vimal Jasu Jodayaka Palachari Buddhihina Tana Jnanike Sumirav Kavan Kumar Balabudhi Vidya Dekh Mohe Raghu Kalesa Vikar। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर कपि सतिम लोक भुचार मधुता तुलित बलधाम अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नाम महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरण विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल हाथ वज्र ध्वजा विराजे कांति
शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन वसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे रामचंद्र के काज सवारे लाए संजीवन लखन जियाए श्री रघुबीर हरषि उर लाए रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बढ़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरतई सम भाई सहस वदन तुम्हरो यश गावे अस कहीं श्रीपति कंठ लगावे सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा पाल जहाते कवि कोविद कही सकई कहाते तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीन्हा राम मिलाए राजपद दीना तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना युग सहस्र योजन पर भानु लील्यो ताहि मधुर फल जानु प्रभु मुद्रिका मेलि मुख माहि जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाही दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे सब सुख लहै तुम्हारी शरणा तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज संहारो आपै तीनों लोक हाँकते कापै भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे चारों युग परताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा साधु संत के तुम रखवारे असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता असवर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुम्हारे भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाई जहाँ जन्मी हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित्त न धरई हनुमत से सर्व सुख करई संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमिरै हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करहु गुरुदेव के नाई जो सत बार पाठ कर कोई छूट ही बंदी महासुख होई जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होए सिद्धि सौखी गौरीसा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजय नाथ हृदय मह डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरण मंगल मूर्ति रूप राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसहु सुरभूप सियावर रामचंद्र की जय पवन सुत हनुमान की जय उमापति महादेव की जय बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय। रामचन्द्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भयदारुणं नावकञ्जलोचन कञ्जमुखकर कञ्जपदकञ्जारुणं कन्दर्पगणित अमित छवि नवनीलनीरद सुन्दरं पटपीतमानहु तडित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनकसुतावरं भज दीनबन्धु दिनेश दानव दैत्यवंशनिकन्दनं रघुनन्दानन्द कन्द कौशल चन्द दशरथनन्दनं शिरमुकुटकुण्डलतिलकचारु उदारु अङ्गविभूषणम् आजानुभुज शरचापधर सङ्ग्राम जितखर दूषणम् इति वदति तुलसीदास शङ्कर शेषमुनिमनरञ्जनं मम हृदयकञ्जनिवास कुरु कामादि खलदलगञ्जनं मम हृदयकञ्जनिवास कुरु कामादि खलदलगञ्जनम् आञ्जनेयाय विद्महे वायुपुत्राय धीमहि तन्नो हनुमत् प्रचोदयात् रामाय रामभद्राय रामचन्द्राय वेधसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीतायाः पतये नमः। श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः।
Hello, hello. So the satsang is going to start shortly. So for those of you wrapping up your lunch, please head back to the auditorium. The satsang is going to start shortly. Swamiji is here, and we're going to start here shortly. Please head back to the auditorium. Thank you.
Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Question here, who is a bhakta? What are the qualities of a bhakta? Is bhakti a way of living or disposition? Bhakta means a devotee. What is bhakti? Devotion towards the Lord. And that devotion is expressed Devotion is a disposition of mind. The attitude of mind or disposition of mind, you can call it love for Lord, it's called devotion. So love for worldly things would be called attachment, and love for the Lord would be called devotion. So it is attachment. Attachment to Lord can be called devotion. Because it is the nature of our mind to be attached to something or the other. And whatever mind thinks is the source of gratification, that's what it gets attached to. So when it's discovered that Lord is a real source of my happiness, my security, my well-being, then Ishvara, that is how becomes important in my life. I recognize that this is grace because of which I am what I am, my life is what it is, which is a reality, it's a matter of recognition what is. Then gratitude arises in me, and more I learn about Ishvara's grace, anugraha, kripa in my life, more my heart reaches out to Him. And bhakti arises when we come to know about the glories of the Lord. Mahatma Jnana. Mahatma means greatness or glories of the Lord. More I learn about the glories of the Lord, more I learn about their influence in my life. And mainly how God is benevolent, compassionate, kripalu. I've always been enjoying His grace and I'm enjoying His grace or kripa. It's a reality, but it's a matter of recognition of what is. More I recognize that, more my heart naturally reaches out towards Ishvara. And therefore, the attachment towards Ishvara would be called bhakti. The mind has attachment for something or the other. It is the nature of mind to be attached to something or the other. Usually the mind is attached to worldly people and worldly things because I think that they are the source of my happiness. When I recognize that Ishvara is, that is how the attachment shifts to Ishvara. And what are the qualities of... So, Ishvara, more and more Ishvara comes into my life. Puja Swami says, bringing Ishvara into our life. One of the things is, Ishvara is karma adhyaksha, he is the witness of all the karma. It is by His grace that I am able to do things. By the knowledge given, He has given threefold power. Power to know, power to will, power to act, because of which I am able to live my life. So this, all of this, that how I am the beneficiary of the grace of Lord in whatever I know, because when I was born I knew nothing, then what I know now is by the grace of Ishvara through many people. The power to act, all the skills and that also I have gained, ultimately has come from Ishvara. Power to create. So thus, when I recognize the contribution of Ishvara in my life, then more and more of Ishvara comes into my life. Our Puja Swami used to say, more of Ishvara, less of I. Usually, it is my ego that is what rules my life. And slowly, as Ishvara comes into my life, then Ishvara slowly starts ruling my life. Lord Krishna says, Yat karoshi, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in homa, whatever you do, offer it to me. Tat kurusva madarpanam, doing such a manner that becomes an offering to me. So bhakti manifests in my life as a seva or offering to Ishvara. And more of that comes, then more of my ego or my self-centeredness, selfishness, slowly and slowly give way to my offering to Ishvara. In that sense, all this ego or self-centeredness, which is presently obstructing the divine qualities which are in me, in you and me and everywhere, as Ishvara comes into our lives slowly and slowly, those qualities also manifest in our life. So Lord Krishna describes a bhakta in Bhagavad Gita, Adveshta sarvabhutaram maitraha karunaha, one who does not hate anybody, one who is friendly to all, one who is kind or compassionate to all. So these qualities which Lord Krishna describes as displayed by bhakta are all there in all of us. More Ishvara comes into life by way of my worship, by way of my service, by way of my offering. To that extent, those divine qualities start manifesting and then they attain fullness. So what are the qualities of bhakta? Bhakti or devotion to the Lord is a primary quality. What does it do? That makes the bhakta a Mahatma, makes him a saint in course of time. Is bhakti a way of living or disposition? It's both. It is disposition of mind which then expresses in my action. So understand that our love should not be merely confined to the mind that I love this person. But that love should also manifest as action, which action is in the form of serving. So there was a great Acharya, whose name was Vallabhacharya. He explained about bhakti. But bhakti is derived from the root bhaj. Bhaj sevaya, bhaj means to serve. To this root bhaj, a T pratyaya is applied, it becomes bhakti. And so he says this suffix that is added means that you serve with love or devotion. So bhakti means seva or serving with love or devotion. Serving can be a level of physical action, the level of words or oral action, level of mind. In terms of, so devotion can be expressed as Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam. So slowly these things keep on coming to my life. And so for a bhakta then, for an ideal bhakta, this will be his life. He enjoys listening to glories of the Lord. He enjoys singing the glories of the Lord. He enjoys remembrance of the Lord. He enjoys serving the Lord. He starts seeing Ishvara in everything and everybody. So this statement of the Upanishad, Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma, what is Ishvara, becomes a reality slowly and slowly, becomes a reality for the bhakta. And as Tulsidas used to say, by the way, I forgot to mention that today is the Tulsidas Jayanti. According to the lunar calendar, it is the birth date of Saint Tulsidas Ji, who wrote the Ramcharitmanas or the Ramayana in Hindi. And he says that I salute everybody. Whatever is nothing but I see Sita and Ram everywhere. And so, in his vision, everybody or everything was nothing but manifestation of Sita Ram. So that is how a bhakta sees everywhere the manifestation and glories of Ishvara. And so ultimately, bhakta does not remain a separate entity. He ultimately becomes Bhagavan in that sense. So thus bhakti becomes a love for Ishvara, attachment to Ishvara, which means serving, which means singing his glories, listening to his glories, serving him. for serving whatever is considered as Ishvara. Sita Rama sab jagajani, karo pranam jori jugapani. He says, Sita Rama Maya sab jagajani, knowing that the whole universe is Sita Rama, Maya is pervaded by Sita and Rama. Karo pranam jugapani means it's two palms. That folding my palms, I salute Sita Ram, who is the self of all the beings. So this is how for Bhakta then there is nothing but Bhagavan. Because that's a reality. Our scriptures say that what is this Bhagavan? Bhagavan or Ishvara is manifest as the whole universe. So more and more that becomes reality for a Bhakta. Ultimately that becomes the only reality, that what is Ishvara. So as Ishvara comes into his life, Ishvara becomes reality. He sees Ishvara's glories, his play, his grace and whatever he experiences. And that's how Bhakti enables us to ultimately become one with Ishvara. So that is Bhakti. Any question on this before I proceed to the next question? No, he'll bring you to microphone. No, don't worry. Just speak in the microphone.
Today, before we went for lunch, we had to chant the 15th Adhyay of Bhagavad Gita. I'm interested or I'm curious to know the rahasya of selecting the 15th Adhyay for that, in case it has some importance.
See, one verse in 15th chapter says, Aham Vaishvanaro Bhutva Prayanam Dehamashitaha Prana Prana Samayuktaha Pachamyandam Chaturvidham. As Vaishvanara, as digestive fire, I dwell in the stomach of all the beings. And with the prana and apana, I digest all the food. So that is main verse in that. And there are other verses also which say the food also is Ishvara, eater also is Ishvara. Here.
Swamiji, my problem is that how can I maintain Akhandakar Vritti?
So more and more bhakti, then more and more Ishvarakar Vritti. Bhakti means maintaining thought of Ishvara in the mind, Saguna Brahma. So in course of time, you discover the identity with Ishvara, then it becomes Brahmakar Vritti. First, Ishvarakar Vritti, and then Atmakar, Akhandakar Vritti. In that progress.
I learned God is everywhere, and we are in God, God is in everyone. So, when we hear Ishvara comes to you, when it is within me, I am within it. So there is no entity coming in from anywhere. So it is all within us. So is there something different than what is in me than Ishvara?
Okay. When we say that Ishvara comes to you, you slowly recognize the role of Ishvara in your life. It is true that Ishvara is everywhere. Ishvara is in me, but that is not my experience right now, isn't it? Even though Ishvara is in me, in my own nature, there is not how I feel about myself. I feel that I am an individual, Jivatma. Ishvara is everywhere, that is true, but I don't see Ishvara. Therefore, what is meant by Ishvara comes to you is that slowly and slowly you recognize the presence of Ishvara in your life. That's how he comes to you, as the one who is the witness of your actions, as the one who gives the result of the actions to you. So this is how, what is the Ishvara, but not for me. So that should become a reality for me, then nothing remains to be done. It is like saying that there is a treasure in my backyard, but I have to dig and open and get that treasure. So Ishvara is the treasure. It is dug, you have to open it. That's called sadhana.
Swami, what are the different types of bhakti?
Bhakti is only one. Bhakti is defined as nothing but the sneha or attachment or love for Lord. It can be expressed in different ways. Not bhaktis are different types. Navadha bhakti, 9 types. Bhakti is not 9 types. Bhakti is one type expressed in 9 ways. If you love somebody, then you like to listen to the glory called Shravanam. You like to sing their glories, Kirtanam. That you remember the glory, Smaranam. So not different kinds of bhakti. Navadha means 9 kinds of bhakti. Bhakti is only one. And at the level of body, level of speech, level of mind. It is expressed in 3 levels. So at the level of speech, expressed as Kirtanam. Otherwise expressed as Shravanam. In mind expressed as Smaranam. And the body as Padasevanam, Seva. Same bhakti is expressed at different levels. So forms of expression are different. It is not that one who listens to glory is one kind of bhakti, and who sings the glory is a different kind of bhakti. Same law, expressed in different ways. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. My question is about forgiveness. When do I know it is time to forgive people? When do I know it is time to forgive people? Every time it is time to forgive people. Forgiveness can have many dimensions. The question of forgiveness comes when somebody has offended me. Somebody has hurt me. So I feel offended, I feel hurt. That creates a resentment in me. Sense of hurt creates resentment, creates anger, creates reaction. So these are all our day-to-day experiences. That in interacting with people, we may not enjoy harmony all the time. Other person has other views, other way of doing things, other kinds of nature. And I have specific demands as to how other people should be, how they should behave, how they should talk, how they should conduct. That's my expectation. When they don't do that, then I feel offended. I feel offended because you do not fulfill my expectation. So it is my business to expectation in the first place, How you should be, how you should sit, how you should walk, talk, do. This is the kind of expectation of the whole world. So when do I get hurt? When my expectation is not fulfilled. When I feel that somebody is deliberately not doing it. And so, therefore, generally I have lots of expectations of different kinds from different people. And therefore, my expectation not being fulfilled is going to happen very often. Sometimes people do not know what I expect of them. Sometimes they know what I expect from them, but they are not able to fulfill my expectation. Sometimes they know what I expect, they don't care to fulfill. You follow? Therefore, the possibility of my expectations or demands not being fulfilled is a high possibility. And if I am ready for the situation that my expectation not fulfilled, then it's all right, no problem. In Puja Swami's word, you can afford to have expectations. If their fulfillment does not upset you, if you can gracefully accept the situation that our fulfillment are not, expectations are not fulfilled, if you can gracefully accept, then not much of a problem. Ideally not to have any expectation best, but at least second best. We get so identified with our expectations that when my expectation is not fulfilled, when my expectation is rejected, I feel rejected. So we feel hurt when we feel rejected. If I recognize that it is my expectation that is not fulfilled, and I am not my expectation, then it is relatively easy to deal with. But we are so identified with our expectations, with our demands, that when my demand is not fulfilled, is not accepted, I am not accepted. My demand is rejected, I am rejected. So it is not my demand that is not fulfilled that creates a problem in me, for me. It is I am not accepted that creates problem. But unfortunately, I equate my demand with myself. And therefore, I not being accepted, I being rejected, these occasions are going to be many. So that is when the forgiveness has a role. What is forgiveness? That I accept the other person as a person is. Meaning that give that person a freedom that they are not obliged to fulfill my role, my expectation. I can have expectation, but I do not demand that they should fulfill expectation. It's quite all right. Meaning accepting other person as they are. Swamiji is like this, whatever they are. Basically, I have no business to demand what they should be. But I make it my business anyway. And closer the person is related, more the demands are. Therefore, the occasions of being hurt are going to be greatest between spouses. But that's the closest relationship. And so expectations are many. And expectations not being fulfilled are also going to be many. That is when the kshama of forgiveness has the most application. Because closer the person, greater the possibility of that person hurting me. Because closer the person, more my expectations are. So let us observe our mind and let us observe how I have expectation from people around me. And I ask myself, is it possible to drop the expectation? Or whatever expectation I drop, even one expectation I drop, there is one less occasion of being hurt. But only way to grow in happiness is to become free from expectations and demands. In any relationship, the harmony will be in proportion to the absence of expectation. More the expectations, more the possibility of disharmony. Because, as I said, Sometimes other person does not know what I expect. Sometimes they may know but do not know how to fulfill expectation. Or they know and they don't want to fulfill also. Therefore, by having expectation, I create for myself all the possibility of hurt, resentment, anger and sorrow. Therefore, forgiveness has its place in every relationship, in every interaction. Perhaps no interaction will be perfect. Even if we generally still there will be always something that I don't accept. Because I'm a perfectionist when it comes to you. And therefore, even a part of my expect not fulfilled, to that extent I am dissatisfied. So dissatisfaction in the relationship is commonly there, is likely to be there because of my expectation. More I accept the person with their limitation, the problem is that they should not have limitation. They should be perfect. And nobody is. So, more willing I am of gracefully accepting the limitations and even defects and blemishes, because nobody is perfect. More I recognize that this is Ishvara's creation. It is not the fault of a person, that person is what he or she is. That's how they are made. And Ishvara has not made this universe for me, he has made for the whole universe. Somebody says, why did Ishvara create mosquitoes? Mosquito also has a place in the scheme of things. Yeah? As though Ishvara should make everything suitable to me. You are not the only inhabitant on the earth. There are many. He is satisfied, demands or requires of many. So also a person not totally made for you only. It's likely that, all right, you are related as spouses, as parents and children, as brothers, sisters, friends, which is good. But no relationship is going to be perfect, where the other person can fulfill all my needs or expectations. So what is forgiveness? Forgiveness is accepting this reality of life, that other person has limitations, has their own agenda. I want that my agenda should be your agenda. Now that is also difficult. Everybody has their own agenda, their own needs. And if I look at myself, I will find that even I fail to fulfill their needs. So that they only don't fulfill my, I also don't do that. And so, in actual life, it is never going to be possible that our others can fulfill our expectations or that we can fulfill their expectations. We are not omniscient, omnipotent, etc. We don't have that capacity. We may not even have willingness. Even if willingness is there, maybe not necessarily the capacity. So forgiveness has a place when there is unfulfilled expectation. Because as I said, since I identify with my expectation, the non-acceptance of my expectation is equated to my non-acceptance, and that's what hurts me. And that hurt causes resentment, anger and conflicts. So to stop that chain, that I don't feel hurt. If I feel hurt, no resentment. Resentment, no anger. Anger, no reaction. There are different stages. And if I'm observant and I see these things happening in my mind, I have the opportunity to deal with my mind, deal with that particular feeling or that is arising. So first is to understand ourselves, our mind. How the mind is a demanding or expecting mind. how the mind identifies with the expectation or demand. How therefore the mind equates the non-fulfillment of demand as rejection of me. How the rejection causes hurt in me. How the hurt causes resentment in me. How resentment causes anger. And how anger causes action of, hurtful action. It may be words, it may be physical action, it may be words, it may be thoughts, it may be all of this. So when do I know it is time to forgive people? All the time is the time to forgive people. And forgiveness looks like we are obliged. I forgive you. It's not an obligation. Forgiveness is something that arises from a genuine sympathy. This is what the limitation is, and therefore sympathizing with the limitation that Ishvara has given. So forgiveness that arises from genuine understanding and sympathy is healthy for me and for the relationship. Any question on this? There, Praveen is there, giving.
Thank you. My humble namaskar, pranam Swamiji, and to this very enlightened audience. Swamiji, our religion speaks of different paths, of different goals to attain God. Bhagavad Gita speaks primarily of three of them: Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga. Are these three paths the same, where all three take me to God? Or is any one of these paths better than another? And if so, why is it better than another? I would very much appreciate your explanation to me, Swamiji, and also for giving me a time to ask this question of a great Atma like you. Dhanbad. Thank you, Swamiji.
Well, the primary path with reference to Ishvara is to know Ishvara. And karma, bhakti, all of these contribute to preparing a disposition of mind which is required to know Ishvara. So ideally one path is there to know Ishvara as myself. But that knowledge can take place when we enjoy a certain disposition of mind, which in Vedanta is called the purity of mind. And Karma Yoga helps there, Bhakti Yoga helps there, all yoga helps in creating the purity of mind, which is required for knowing Ishvara. So all of them have a contribution. There cannot be simply bhakti without karma or jnana. Not bhaktas are all murak or no, they are stupid people. No. Everybody has knowledge, everybody has devotion, everybody has action. All three are there in all of us. Because we have an active personality, we have an emotional personality, we have an intellectual personality. Depending on the predominance of which a person may be predominantly emotionally attached, predominantly actively serving, predominantly trying to know, but they all have to converge ultimately into discovering Ishvara. So all the three are required. The proportion will be different with different people. See, even the great bhaktas also were great servants. They have served the society. They were great servants also. And they were composed so many, even they have written books, they have composed poems, they have composed, so which expresses their knowledge. So all bhaktas have displayed knowledge, they have displayed service or karma in their life, so everything is there. Everything is required. But the microphone was given to you to seek clarification for this forgiveness, kshama.
Swamiji, if, as you say, we don't have to forgive because we accept people the way they are, but sometimes we might unintentionally hurt other people, and maybe that was something that's happened by my actions, and that person might not be so forgiving to me. In that case, what should I do?
See, if we hurt somebody, we should seek pardon. We know that our action has hurt somebody, then we should seek pardon. That I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry about that, genuinely. And if it is possible, do something to compensate also. Not just stop with the words, but do something to compensate so that it gets neutralized.
Swamiji, you said there's a chain reaction if you don't forgive, resulting in anger. So at what point can you break that chain reaction?
If we are alert, then we can break that as it arises. Another chain is also described by Lord Krishna in another reference. Dhyayato vishan pumsa sangasteshu vijayate sangat sanjayate kam. At whatever stage you spot this. But soon enough before it goes out of your control. Even up to resentment, maybe you will be able to deal with it. Once anger arises, as long as anger is not intensified, maybe you can control, otherwise it will control you. So before these reactions become strong, we have to deal with them. Next question is, mind, body, intellect are all negated as mithya. How does the mind that is mithya realize the real? It's a technical question. The whole universe is mithya. That means that whatever is in the universe is mithya. That means that the Vedas and scriptures are all mithya, they're all creation, isn't it? So how can mithya scriptures give you the knowledge of real? So a clever answer is given here, that sometimes when we are dreaming there is a nightmare. I went to a zoo perhaps to watch animals and some cage was open and a tiger came and attacked me and I screamed. I woke up. So then what made me wake up? The dream tiger made me wake up, is it not so? The dream is mithya. Waking is real. So from mithya, how I came to real? By mithya tiger. So mithya tiger became the means of my overcoming mithya and coming to satyam. Anyway, this is just to keep quiet them. But basically, how does the mind that is mithya realize the real? Question is, what is it that is ignorant? Where is ignorance? Ignorance is in mind. In what form? In the form of the ahankara, mamakara, false notions. See, the way Vedanta explains is, ignorance creates identification. When I do not know what my true nature is, then what I am not is taken to be I. When I do not know that Satchidananda is my nature, this body, mind, which is non-I, is taken as I. So what is ignorance? Ignorance is that which causes tadatmya or adhyaropa or identification. Therefore, what do I say? Deho, I am the body, I am tall, I am short, I am father, mother, happy, unhappy. This is how I recognize myself, which is a wrong recognition, arising from taking as myself what I am not, or identifying with what I am not. But one beautiful thing is that I am happy, I am unhappy, I am tall, I am short, is a false notion, but everything about that is not false. I am is not false, happy also is not false, I am is the nature of the self, happy is the nature of mind. What is the problem? I am happy becomes the problem. Meaning that I am is the true nature of I am always shining. But I join that happy, unhappy, man, woman, whatever, which are the attributes of this body-mind complex. So therefore the knowledge takes place by viveka. There is this tall, short, happy, unhappy is not I. In all of this, I am, that is I. That's the witness, consciousness, illumining. So mind recognizes this. It is a mithya mind in which the ignorance is. Therefore, it is mithya mind in which the knowledge takes place, because mind has to recognize. And that is where teaching comes into play. The teachers enables us to see that, hey, looking at myself happy is wrong, it's not true mind. Happiness doesn't belong to I, it belongs to mind. I'm lumping them together. That's called aviveka. So viveka has to take place in the mind. In the mithya mind, aviveka is there. Where aviveka is there viveka should take place. Where the problem is, then the solution. Atma has no problem. Mind has no problem. There is a problem when they are joined. That's where the problem is. And therefore, mithya mind is samsari, and mithya mind becomes enlightened. He is not here, but I hope that, the answer must have been received. But anybody here has any question or clarification about what I said? Okay. In case he has question, he may send another email. We'll wait. How do you convince a person that one's happiness comes from within oneself and not totally depend on the people around? How do you convince a person that happiness comes from within oneself and not from things around? So we can cite the experience of deep sleep, when we are fast asleep, dreamless sleep. I think it is not very difficult to convince a person that in deep sleep state we do enjoy peace. We enjoy tranquility. That time the mind is free from all anxieties, worries, everything. And that is the reason why nobody resists sleep. Nobody has problem in falling asleep. Everybody has problem in getting out of sleep. Meaning sleep is always an experience that we look forward to, and sleep is an experience which we are reluctant to give up. That shows, and that in sleep we enjoy tranquility, peace, happiness. First of all, we have to make this person see. And how do you convince? Well, anyway, give up sleep for a day or two. Then nobody is willing to give up. And I think it is not difficult for anybody to understand that in sleep we enjoy tranquility. I slept well. I didn't know anything. So when the person wakes up from the sleep, says, I slept nicely. I had a sound sleep, good sleep. You know, what to say, I had a good sleep, it doesn't complain. Swamiji, again I had a good sleep this evening, this night. Nobody says that. I could not sleep. That's what people would say. That sleep is a desirable and pleasurable experience is what everybody accepts. That means that we are enjoying pleasure or happiness in sleep, that we can make him see. And in sleep there is no object of enjoyment. The common things from which we get happiness, like movies, music, food, they're all absent. And still there is happiness. Where does it come from? The only entity that is there is myself. So the experience of deep sleep helps us understand that happiness comes from myself. Happiness is my nature. Unfortunately, we don't learn from that. Every night we go to that treasure. Upanishad explains that's like a farmer on whose farm a great treasure is buried. Farmer does not even know. Every day he plows, from one end to the other over the treasure and doesn't know. Similarly, every night we, in fact, enjoy this treasure in the deep sleep and come back. Same desiring, lacking, wanting person. Meaning that we do not make note of the treasure that we are enjoying in deep sleep. So Vedanta invites us to understand all the experiences of our life. Our life consists not merely of the waking state, but the dream state also, deep sleep state also. There's a lot to learn from them. So from the deep sleep state we learn that I am the source of happiness. But Swami, how come I don't feel when I wake up? I don't feel happy. And then when I get something enjoyable, then I'm happy. That is because that veil of sorrow comes back. It is the sorrow in my mind that deprives me of enjoying happiness, which is myself. Like a cloud that deprives us of the experience of light of the sun. The cloud moves away, you experience the light. So sorrow is a cloud. Boredom is a cloud. Sorrow is a cloud. And what the pleasurable object does is momentarily removes that cloud. So just as when a cloud moves away, how the sun, you have a glimpse of the sun, so also in the cloud of that sorrow or desire or boredom goes away. There's a glimpse of myself, and I think that thing has done it. In fact, it is a glimpse of my own self. So this is how from the day-to-day experiences also, by analyzing experiences, we can make the other person see. It makes sense because if any given thing was source of happiness, oh, Swamiji, I love this flower, I love its fragrance, I love its beauty. If happiness was contained in this one, then any time I experience this, I should feel happy. But that's not so. I'll hold this flower in my hand, I'll look at it, enjoy the beauty, enjoy the fragrance also. How long? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then you put it down, you take something else. If this was happiness, then you don't have to put it down. As long as you have it, you should be happy. Is that it? If this was the source of happiness. But there is nothing that can consistently give us happiness. That shows that happiness is not the attribute of anything. But in every experience of happiness, one thing is common, that is I. So when we feel happy, our conclusion is happiness came from this object. But overlook the fact that in that experience of happiness, I also was there. So either this object can be source of happiness or I can be source of happiness. Is it not so? But then Swamiji, how come I was not happy until I had this? And I became happy only when it came. That is because you wanted this thing. If you did not want this flower, that doesn't give you happiness. If you don't care about the flower and so it gives you, so thank you. It can be any beautiful thing, whatever it is. If there is no value in my mind, it doesn't do anything to me. So when what I value is given to me, comes to me, then momentarily that craving subsides. And that craving which was veiling my happiness subsides, I have a glimpse of happiness which is myself. So this way we can make the person see, convince. Why do you want to convince? I don't know. But anyway, suppose you want to convince. Why do you want to convince people? If people don't want to get convinced, they won't be convinced regardless of what you do. So usually I don't try to convince people. If they want to learn or they want to understand, then we can work. How convincing is difficult. Very often people decided not to get convinced. And so, maybe there is a reason why you want to convince somebody, then you convince this way, as we discussed. How to practice fake it till you make it? How to practice fake it till you make it? So, this Karma Yoga, which is explained by Puja Swamiji as transform yourself from being consumer to a contributor. Who is the consumer? A needy person is a consumer, isn't it? A needy, lacking, wanting person wants is called consumer. A person who enjoys inner richness always has the pleasure to give. One becomes a natural giver when one experiences inner richness. So therefore, that desire to give arises from inner richness. Inner richness doesn't mean there is no definition of what richness is, you just feel rich. A person may have just one chapati and feels rich, then he can share half of it. And I may have 10 chapatis and I don't give a piece also. So giving does not necessarily depend upon how much I have. Giving depends upon how I feel with what I have. There are some people who feel rich, even if they don't have much, and they're happy to share. And there are others also who don't. So now, when can you become a contributor? When you feel rich inside. So fake that you are rich. And what would you do? Then you would share, then do it. But I don't feel, that is called faking, that you are rich and share. Then later on, I should, this fellow's got away with it. I have to give. I will feel pain inside because I'm not really feeling rich. Doesn't matter. But if you are willing to put up with that pain again and again and again and again, then a time will come when I will be able to discover the joy of giving. In fact, whenever I give, even reluctantly, if I discover that my giving has contributed to the happiness of that person, then I will feel happy. I will feel that I have done something good. And therefore, you don't even have to fake it. Just perform an act of kindness. Go out of here a little bit. Just one act of kindness and discover how it makes you happy. Then you'll be motivated to do 2 acts of kindness, 3 acts of kindness. But basically it's faking, I'm kind, and do as though you're a kind person. I'm rich. Rich means not money, but feeling rich inside. So even if you don't feel as though you are feeling, pretend it and then act. One day that feeling will become real. How do I give up love for non-vegetarian food? I tried, for this person is very frank, and honest. I tried for not eating for 3 years, but started eating again. Please give me a tip to leave it. I think the way to do is to make your vegetarian food delicious, enjoyable. Yeah. After all, see, food is one thing. If it is a question of addiction, it's a different thing. If a person has an addictive habit like smoking and so forth, then it is difficult to give up, because unless you replace that addiction. Here, non-vegetarian food gives you pleasure, I guess. That's why you like it. And maybe you do not get that pleasure from the vegetarian food that you are eating. Therefore, make more delicious food. If you are cooking, well and good. If you are not fortunate, that may also be a problem, That you may be getting vegetarian food that is, not very interesting, not very delicious. And so, it is not the non-vegetarian food that you are coming back. I think it is the taste or the pleasure that it gives you. That's what you are missing in vegetarian food. That's what I would think. Because food doesn't become addictive. Like addictive substances. That is there, it is difficult to give them up. But here, what you need is to be able to learn to enjoy vegetarian food. Then the mind will become free from the need of non-vegetarian food. I think that should work. Enjoy delicious vegetarian food. Come to Gurukulam. But that takes care of all the questions. There.
Lastly, in the Bhagavad Gita, I think in the 18th Adhyaya, practically near the end, Sri Krishna says, Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam braja tvamaham sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma shusha. In this verse, dharma is very difficult to interpret, and just from the words of the sloka, it is not wise to interpret the way we think. I would like to get the proper direction, because it is not so easy to interpret by oneself.
So as you correctly say, sarva dharman parityajya, abandoning all the dharmas, mam ekam sharanam vraja, take refuge unto me alone. So now Lord Krishna says, give up all the dharma and take refuge unto me. That means dharma means everything that is not connected to Ishvara. If we have to take refuge unto Ishvara, mam ekam sharanam vraja. Sharanam vraja, you take refuge into me alone and nothing else. That means everything other than Ishvara is made by dharma. Dharma is to be given up so that we only take refuge of Ishvara. So anything that deprives me of refuge of Ishvara is called dharma. You follow? That means all agenda you give up. Bhagavan says, you desire me only. I should become your goal. I should become the means. I should become the goal. And give up anything that comes in the way of me as your goal and me as your means. Very good. Thank you very much. We'll conclude with this prayer. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamada Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om.
Jaya Raghunandana, Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Raghunandana, Jaya Raghunandana, Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Raghunandana, Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Jagajanani, Janaki Rama, Jaya Jagajanani, Janaki Rama, Jaya Raghunandana, Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Raghunandana, Jaya Jaya Rama, Jaya Jagajanani, Janaki Rama, Jaya Jagajanani, Nova Nova Komala Mega Shama, Nava Nava Komala Nava Nava Komala Mega Shama, Nava Nava Bhava Karna Bhadrachala Rama, Bhava Karna Bhadrachala Rama, Bhava Karna Bhadrachala Rama, Bhava Karna Bhadrachala Rama, Bhaya Karna Bhadrachala Rama, Bhaya Karna भद्राचल रामा दशरथ नंदन के परंदामा दशरथ नंदन दशरथ नंदन के परंदामा दशरथ नंदन दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशरथ नंदन के परंदामा दशरथ नंदन दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा राम 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 जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय जगजननी जानकी रामा जय जगजननी जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय जय रामा 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 राम राम अधरं मधुरं वदनं मधुरं नयनं मधुरं रसितं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं हृदयं मधुरं गमनं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं वचनं मधुरं चरितं मधुरं वचनं मधुरं ललितं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं भ्रमितं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं भ्रमितं मधुरं चलितं मधुरं भ्रमितं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं मधुराधिपते रेणुर्मधुरो रेणुर्मधुरः पाणिर्मधुरः पादौ मधुरौ मधुरं सत्यं मधुरं मधुराधिपतेरखिलं मधुरं मधुराधिपते गीतं मधुरं गीतं मधुरं सुप्तं मधुरं सुप्तं मधुरं